All right, as folks continue to come into track 2, I again am your host and moderator today, Wes Shields. I am joined by Dan Cleary of Prompt Hub, and we are going to kick things off with a wonderful talk from Stefan Perrin. He is a CTO, software engineer, IT architect who focuses really on delivering generative AI solutions throughout the software industry. His talk is going to be a journey through diverse patterns and future horizons in generative AI. And without further ado, I am going to turn it over to Stefan.
Today is about the evolution of prompt engineering. And before delving into the topic, a few words about me and my motivation regarding this talk. I'm currently the technical director of Inetum Application Services in France, and software delivery is my main line of work. And currently we are deploying generative AI technology at the group scale. And also the domain of prompt engineering is relatively recent. It is indeed evolving very rapidly, and I'm quite sure you will agree with that. I would say it's a technology evolving at an unprecedented rate. And if we look at the publication about machine learning and artificial intelligence on archive.org, for instance, the growth is exponential. So it's a pace hard to cope with. So I thought it might be interesting to take a step back and look at some patterns and theoretical background underlying the fast evolution of prompt engineering. So let's first provide some definition and theoretical framework related to those two terms, evolution and prompt engineering. And let's start with the easy one, prompt engineering. Easy one because prompt engineering.rocks provide us with already a very good definition. And here it is. Prompt engineering is a cutting-edge discipline that focuses on harnessing the full potential of language models by strategically designing input instructions, prompts. So definition is quite good. I will just highlight two parts of this definition, language model on one hand and designing prompts on the other hand, because this will be the two main topics whose I will discuss evolution. And the tricky one, evolution indeed. Tricky because, as you know it, Darwin got into some troubles for proposing a theory of evolution a long time ago now. But time has passed, and you may or may not know, but evolution can now be studied within a theoretical framework based on a new law of physics. And this framework is the constructal theory based on the constructal law. So this law was proposed in 1996 by an American professor of Duke University, Adrian Bejan. And Professor Bejan received, in fact, the Benjamin Franklin Medal in 2018 for his discovery. And this law can really be viewed as a driver of evolution. And it states that for a finite size flow system to persist in time, to live, its configuration must evolve in such a way that it provides easier access to the currents that flow through it. So to simplify, the law said that everything around us, animate or inanimate, is usually a flow system, and that in time, the organization, the architecture of those flow systems evolve to facilitate the flowing inside them. And to give you some examples, urban traffic, your lung, when you breathe, a river, are typical flow system, and they are subject to usually two main kind of flows. One is resistive, but is a low resistive flow, and the other one is a highly resistive flow. flow channels. And for instance, if you look at a car running fastly in the street, it will be the low resistivity flow, whereas people walking slowly in the city will be the more highly resistive flow. So in the domain of prompt engineering, we can think of many flow systems. At high level, prompt engineering is a flow system. Queries flow through the model, and they will flow more or less easily depending on how well they have been crafted. Okay, and we can also look deeper into the engine. The encoder-decoder architecture, for instance, we have information flowing, and the encoder compresses the input sequence, and it's something probably more straightforward, so low resistivity flow. And the decoder is probably more complicated, so can consider it a high resistive flow. And one last example, for instance, during the generative model sampling, you have token probabilities flowing with probably more resistance for the low probability tokens, words that are more rare, whereas common words will more easily come and are considered high probability, low resistive flow. Okay, these are just some examples to be further explored and validated, but it gives you the idea. And constructal theories come from mechanical engineering and non-equilibrium thermodynamics. And it is a point interesting to notice because thermodynamics had been a long-lasting source of inspiration for machine learning. I give you an example. If we look at the model behind most text-to-image generative AI, such as DALL-E or Midjourney or the model from Stable Diffusion, then if you look at how they work, and I'll give you an example here, you probably are quite used to this kind of system, but you see that once received, my prompt is progressively computed, and the uniform background progressively is denoised as more and more details appear, and the image becomes more photorealistic until the final state is reached. And this kind of process is indeed inspired from thermodynamics. So you see that we are not so far from our domain when I put constructal theory into the equation. For instance, one of the seminal papers in that matter in 2015 was entitled Deep Unsupervised Learning Using Non-Equilibrium Thermodynamics. So after this introduction and some background, let's see where constructal theory might fit in the evolution of prompting patterns and LLM reasonings. You probably know that LLMs are considered zero-shot reasoners. The reason is that the model defines the next more probable token given an input. So they are initially not very good at arithmetics, for instance, as exemplified here, where a simple calculation is not performed correctly. So the next step is to try to get more relevant answers by teaching through few examples, an approach called few-shot prompting. So it works very well with different use cases, such as classification, but still not very well for computation, for arithmetics. So the next evolutionary step here consists to exemplify the reasoning mode. So in this case, the LLM is able to learn from it and replicate the reasoning in subsequent queries. For instance, here you see that the model provide the correct answer, but it was provided with the logical thinking to reproduce. Okay, so this is an approach called chain of thoughts. It has become very frequent, and also the system can be improved. Several parallel reasoning lines can be processed and then followed by a majority vote on the most probable result. Okay, this is how self-consistency was added to the previous chain of thoughts. So it's called chain of thoughts with self-consistency. And here you see in the example that you have 2 times the same result. So this one is considered more consistent and is provided as output. And eventually a new pattern emerges with the tree of thoughts. So, and if you had been trained like me on a previous generation of AI in the 90s, you will certainly recognize here the backtracking approach implemented, for instance, in Prolog or the so-called expert systems of the time. So in the case of tree of thoughts, what we have is the chaining of thoughts is now arranged in a 3-shape structure. And then the reasoning will recursively explore the tree, but stop and resume in another branch as soon as a non-consistent result is found. As displayed here, with an impossibility detected in the evaluation of the prompt. So of course it's more efficacious. And in this sequence, this is precisely where consultatory fits, because it does not just happen by chance. In fact, tree-shape structure are typical of flow system balancing flow resistivity for global better efficiency. Okay, and there is a progressive evolution to our more complexity, and the tree-shape structure emerges as an optimized approach, developing according to the second arrow of time, the constructor law, where the first arrow of time is provided by the thermodynamics second law, also called entropy. And the story goes on. It's not the end of the story, but new models are emerging, and this recent one is a refinement of the previous tree of thoughts approach, and it's called algorithm of thoughts. So you can expect also the approach to appear in the near future. But it's now time to look at the next example, the evolution of the size of LLMs. So some months ago, you might remember that the CEO of OpenAI, Sam Altman, told us that the age of giant models was coming to an end. And well, he's the CEO of OpenAI, so it's an opinion worth considering. But let's have a closer look at this idea. Okay. So when we look at the LLM landscape at the time, March this year, we see indeed very few very large models surrounded by a greater number of smaller models. And the question that might arise is, will the big model dominate the market, or will smaller models, less computing intensive, dominate? Well, you may have your own opinion based on your personal expertise and knowledge on the matter, but if we look at the rank size distribution of LLMs, we see there is quite a huge gap between the first one and the followers. But if we look more carefully on a bilogarithmic graph, this data seems to follow a typical pattern known as power law distribution, and this is quite a frequent phenomenon in many natural, social, or even engineered systems. For instance, in a forest ecosystem, you will probably encounter such phenomenon with the balance between a large and small system, big trees, smaller trees, bushes, grass. So this is a whole ecosystem where there is a balance between a few large and many small. And this kind of distribution is also typical of the evolution of city population distribution. It exhibits this kind of power law distribution. And even more interesting is the fact that in time, the distribution move upwards because, well, city grow. And it also extends to the right because more cities appear on the landscape. So there is these two phenomena happening in the same time. And so what I suggest here is that because the landscape of LLMs is a kind of ecosystem with many LLMs being part of the same evolutionary tree, I think we should probably see the same trends in the data distribution. So it means that in time there will be probably some few more bigger model that will appear. Okay, so the distribution will shift up, but it will also extend to the right because more smaller model will appear, and probably makes sense because this very huge model they are very expensive to train. So only a few companies, states, a group of interest may be able to invest in such training cost, whereas many smaller and also more specialized models might appear to target niche markets, in fact. So this is a kind of prediction, but it might take that the age of giant model is not totally over yet. And finally, my last example will concern the generation of software programs thanks to generative AI. And 2 years ago already, the ability of generative AI to generate software code was, I would say, advertised. But soon after, critics started also to appear. And here in the IEEE spectrum, we are told that coding with ChatGPT, GitHub Copilot, and other AI tool is both irresistible and dangerous. And of course, I agree, because the code produced can contain hallucinations, security vulnerabilities, errors, non-efficient implementation, also intellectual property rights issues, and the list goes on. Okay. But also 2 years ago, already, a group of researchers investigated the usefulness of such incorrect software programs, and the conclusion is that somewhat unexpected. So I quote, "Contrary to expectation, software engineers felt a generative model that produced imperfect output, such as code with compilation or logical errors, will be a useful head." So the publication is entitled "Perfection Not Required," and I'm particularly fond of this title because it provides me with a direct link, once again, with constructal theory. Because for this theory, perfection is considered the enemy of evolution. As Professor Bejan says, the advantage of not being precise is more freedom to change. So it's precisely the imperfection of a system that make it more resilient by allowing freedom to change and adapt. So it makes sense when you see a developer using an AI code assistant. Regarding the code proposed, what is good is kept, what is useless is removed, and what is wrong is fixed. So this concludes my example, and to end my presentation, I will try to formulate some takeaway and give one last perspective. So I tried to show you that prompt engineering is a flow system, and it contains also many sub-flow systems, and that its evolution shows typical flow patterns. For this reason, I think that we can use a theoretical framework, such as the constructal theory, to better grasp the fast evolving landscape of prompt engineering and generative AI in general. Finally, and probably an important lesson, is that we learn that imperfection offers opportunities and freedom to change. And I think that since my presentation was probably far from being perfect, I'm sure our discussion will offer me many improvement opportunities. And I also think that I owe Professor Bejan the last word. So I will use one of his famous quotes. The evolution of human and machine species is oriented in time from the naked man to the man with progressively more powerful add-ons, artifacts, contrivance, devices, machines, science. And you will probably agree that we are now witnessing the rise of the human and generative AI species powered by prompt engineering. So I'm Steven, and I presented you my talk, Navigating the Evolution of Prompt Engineering, and see you in the discussion room.
Stefan, thanks so much for that truly insightful talk. I'm looking forward to giving some of the questions from the comments to you and your other co-speakers here in the Q&A. But we have more wonderful, wonderful speakers and presenters throughout the course of the day. So we want to keep the party going. So next up, we're going to hear from Jesus Serrano. He is a 25-year digital industry professional with 16 years of those being at Microsoft, associate professor at Oxford University. He's delivered over 100 keynotes around the world globally. And he's going to tell us a little bit about how AI is going to democratize creativity. Within this universal creativity era where generative AI supercharges our imaginations across different design domains. I'm really excited to see some of his insights where he's going to be showing how this is used in brands like Marvel and Disney and Starbucks. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Jesus.
Serrano, Principal Program Manager at Microsoft, and I'm going to walk you through the dawn of universal creativity session, reinventing design workflows. So let's go over it. For a long time, we have thought that the formula of the creativity is a mix of talent, skills, and resources, which is mostly true, at least for the last centuries. But the reality is that skills is something that you need to acquire during years, decades sometimes, okay? And it's a fact that acquiring those skills is not going to make you more talented. Surely are going to help you to show more talent, but it's very hard that they will help you to be more talented. They will help you to show your talent indeed, okay? I mean, studying 6 years of piano lessons is not going to convert you in Mozart, okay? There is no way you can convert in Mozart. Mozart was already Mozart before, okay? And also the resources, which is a very unfair thing to say, but it's true that obviously having the resources, especially economic resources, will help you to be more creative. Why? Because if you have money enough to spend into the most expensive film directors school in the world, probably South California, where Scorsese, Coppola, or Lucas were, surely you are closer to the ceremony of the Oscars than someone who has born in a poor country out of Africa or Asia. Okay, so definitely resources are important. Okay, not only for for tools also in terms of how much money you can spend and how many contacts you can have. So the basic idea here is that now AI is becoming a bridge for this gap of skills and resources. It doesn't mean that you don't need skills. It doesn't mean you don't need resources. Of course, you will need them, but not at the same level before. So whatever it remains is, if this is reached by AI, is talent. So now AI becomes a multiplier, an exponential multiplier of the talent to express your creativity. So let me explain you first how my basic workflow is for every of the projects and examples that I'm going to show you today. First of all, what I do is to generate multiple ideas. Sometimes I work standalone. Okay, if I work in a group, obviously I can coordinate a co-ideation session. But when I work alone, basically I use ChatGPT to generate ideas on a concrete topic, and then I choose specifically one. Okay, when I choose that topic, then the second thing that I used to do is to train ChatGPT for prompt improvements. Okay, there are one or two plugins for ChatGPT that can help you to create better prompts. But the reality, and at least my experience, is that it works much better if you get one of those guides, okay, that are out there from different authors, okay, that shows you what are the important adjectives or power words, okay, that you can use in any platform, and automatically you can give that data, even the full PDF, to ChatGPT and make it learn from it, okay. So then you can improve automatically your prompting. Second is to use the right model for the right stacks. It's a fact that in a few months we will have multimodal AI models, okay? But the reality is that now every model normally does one thing very well, but not the other things, okay? So it's very important to test all different models that you can. Sometimes I test 4 or 5 different models before I choose the one that I want to use, okay, comparing different with the same baseline prompt, because each one of them, as you can see in the next point, you need to adapt your prompts for each platform, okay. So it's not the same platform that works well with the Stable Diffusion as a baseline, okay, or one that is like Midjourney, okay. So the keywords that are going to be relevant and the tokens are going to be different, so you probably need to adapt. But there are some baseline prompts that work mostly well in all the platforms, so you can do a comparison, and then you can obviously optimize for the platform that you choose. Also, another thing that nobody will tell you is that not the best results that you see over the internet are not the result of a single platform. Normally, it's a mix of different platforms. Okay, you start with ControlNet and you use it on Midjourney, or you use it on Leonardo or on Stable, and then you get the result and use it in another one. Okay, this mix of different models is going to perform better and get you better results in higher quality. And as you have to do all of this, the first thing that I recommend you is to be patient. Okay, you will need to be patient with all of this process, because it's not a matter of, if you think that the best results are gonna come only with a single prompt, probably you are wrong, or you are very lucky if you get one of these results exactly what you were thinking on with a single prompt. So let me share you some of my, top of mind tools that I use for my projects and the examples that I'm going to show you today. One of them is Stable, of course, especially since Stable Diffusion became with this model, launched this model, Stable Diffusion XL. I have used it heavily, okay, because it has a great prompt understanding. Also, I use Bing Create, even if you don't think it's powerful enough. Now with the DALL-E 3 version, it's becoming super powerful and also can understand text, okay. Leonardo AI, that I use it mostly for corrections and sometimes also some blends and some image to image. Midjourney, of course, it's probably one of the highest quality results, but the thing is that the prompt understanding is becoming so tricky that there are even guides out there, okay, from many different authors to help you with your prompt engineering, probably the most specific prompt engineering solution. And Firefly from Adobe, okay. So I have tried, and this is also safe in terms of commercial rights, but Firefly, my humble opinion, is a step behind these ones, okay, in terms of quality, at least so far. Let's see what happens when they train it better. Also, another list of image tools that I use, but normally in secondary list, I would say, because I use them, sporadically and specifically for some concrete areas like playground. AI has a great canvas, okay, so you can transform something. You have specific thing that you want to change in a result, you can do it. Leonardo also has a great canvas for some solutions and allows you to apply many different models. Prom AI also a great solution for this kind of images, but also some changes in the middle. Photoshop, of course, this is the most well-known professional design platform ever. Okay, but the feature for in painting is becoming really, really useful for some things. Okay, Ideogram AI launched recently 2-3 weeks ago. Okay, and it's also capable to use text. Tensor and AI Comic Factor is another one that I have used for some specific projects, but all of them are image tools. But if we move to music tools, okay, like what are the ones that I've been using so far? Okay, especially Ava, okay, which can create this very, very good quality. They sound more like MIDI, okay, like MIDI music, okay, but it works very well. Stable audio, okay, is another great solution, okay, especially with when you try to mimic some styles, okay, or kind of musics, and also can give you in the Prime version they can give you unlimited time. Suno AI, it's quite impressive. Not gonna this this can do also the music and the voice, okay, so then you can use also these Suno AI results for trying to mimic any kind of style or group. Sounddraw, Music Gen, Loudly, okay, these three are probably in a different scale, but also very useful if you want to create your own music for your own projects or solutions or games or whatever. And of course, I always recommend you to check about the rights of all of them, okay. Um, Video tools, okay. On video tools, lately this is becoming crazy because there are like a new video platform every week or every 2 weeks, okay. But the ones that I use the most, okay, are basically Pika Labs. That has improved a lot since the first version that I tried. Wonder Dynamics, and absolutely amazing to replace even characters, okay, by other characters. Runway ML, probably the lead platform right now on many different models that they have, okay. They can basically convert the video in a completely different style. They can animate a static image. They have many different models, one of the most relevant platforms right now for video. And finally, Caver, okay, that also can apply style to a video, okay. These four are probably the top four, in my humble opinion, right now for video. But also I use other tools like AudioGem for special effects, okay. Also the ID, that is a great text-to-speech lip sync platform that can convert any video. Probably you have seen many videos nowadays made with the ID, okay, because this became very, very famous like 6 months ago, and absolutely everyone was using it. Also, Flicky has a great TTS, okay, for the videos. You can basically convert any text to video. But professionally speaking, the one that I would highlight would be 11 Labs. Okay, 11 Labs for custom voices is quite impressive, especially how easy it is to train a voice with only a few seconds. HeyGen, that has become very trendy in the last weeks, that can not only do lip sync, but also can do lip sync with translation and adapting the lip sync to the language, okay, which is quite impressive for a tool that is consumer space, because there are others for professional space, okay, like Flawless and ClipDrop, okay. ClipDrop have many different features. You can remove objects from pictures with AI, so that I recommend you to check it out, because it has like a suite of different utilities that are very useful. So the main question from everyone when they ask me, okay, why my pictures are so poor if I am copying the prompts, okay? I told you at the beginning, okay, this is not about copying a prompt. Probably copying a prompt, if it's exact, if it has the seed, you can basically convert that thing into something that is very similar to the original prompt. But the reality is that normally the results, high quality results that you are seeing from creators over internet, okay, are normally the result of many different prompts, including remixes, including blendings, including image to image. Okay, so don't think that those results are basically what you are going to get, basically copying your prompt. So you need to learn about all of this and to compose all of that. So here I have an example that I'm going to show you in one of my. So this is the original, okay? I was trying to create the most realistic version of the World Wildlife Foundation logo. So for doing that, basically I move it from this step to this step. You can see here the name of the tool. So I use it Control N to create a shape that looks a little bit more realistic, but it's still looking like an illustration. Then I move it this to Leonardo to give it another layer realistic approach, okay, but that was not enough. It's still looking like an illustration or 3D or more or less, okay. So then I moved it to stable, and then stable obviously provided me a much more realistic image, but it wasn't yet exactly, the bamboo here, it wasn't what I was expecting. Doesn't look like a realistic picture. So then I moved it again to Midjourney, and with the original result I was able to get exactly this, okay. That looks so realistic, okay. Every single hair here, it's, and also the grass, and the bamboo becomes like a real picture from a National Geographic photographer, okay. And I wanted to show you where this picture came from, okay. This is one of my challenges that I'm going to show you today. There's bring to life animal-based logos from well-known companies. So here is the result, okay. These are 6 of the images that I created for companies that has an animal as a logo, okay, for World Wildlife Foundation, Bacardi, Puma, Ferrari, Lacoste, and obviously Twitter. Now it's X, but it doesn't make sense to represent an X as a animal. Okay, so I did Twitter. Okay, and also you can see here some of other animal-based logos that I created. I love especially here Docker. Okay, which is very funny because at the end is a whale with containers on top. Okay, but as you can see here, each one of the results is a set part of this workflow that I explained it. Okay, sometimes I need to convert first to get the gesture of the animal, then I have to convert it in a more realistic model, and do all of that in a process. Okay, and then when you become with a process, and you are able to create this consistently, and get exactly the same quality for every picture. But I'm going to show you today a lot of challenges. I've been a cartoonist for a part of my career before starting on technology space when I was basically studying. So I became cartoonist, and I was drawing cartoons for university and others, okay, and doing illustrations. But also I was painting on the kindergartens walls, okay, and so on. So I've been drawing all my life. So here, what I want to show it to you is that I have an example of what I did in, this is around 75 seconds. It's accelerated 8x, I think, okay? But here, basically, I wanted to do a Batman, okay, on top of a rooftop, looking at the city of Gotham, and automatically what I can get is this image with different styles, okay? This is not going to solve the issue of creating the comic at all, but as you can see here, for an artist, okay, to basically imagine the same draft, the same sketch into different styles is a wonderful and powerful tool, okay? But the reality is that this demo is from a few months ago. So let me show you what is available right now. You can see here AI Comic Factory, where basically describing every single vignette I can create a comic. Of course, it has nowadays issues with the consistency. You can see here this lady should be the same one as this one and this one, and it has completely different clothes, okay? But that's a matter of detail. It's a detail. In a few months, surely the consistency won't be any problem, and a problem, and you can do this thing. But that's the reality. Right now, you can create comics, and you can try with the other different characters, and you will see that it works perfectly. So another of my challenges was bring to anime, which is as a cartoonist has been something that I love for so long, real people, and I choose for that in specific cartoon or anime that is Captain Tsubasa. Has different names across the world, okay, but basically it's well known worldwide, okay, and I try to bring to this serious real players. So I don't think I need to let the names let you the names let you know the names of these players, right? You could surely can identify. My favorite one here is basically Courtois, that I think it captured perfectly the essence of the character. But also you can see here Benzema or Cristiano or Messi, of course, and Haaland here in the middle. Okay, so but the reality is that those are current players, but the players that were playing when I was a boy and I was watching Captain Tsubasa were these ones. Okay, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Zidane, my 3 best of all times for me. Okay, and you can see here how it captured it perfectly. That expression from Ronaldo when he was going directly to the goalkeeper. Okay, or Zidane, a characteristic way to run. Okay, this is just basically to let you know how impressive these kind of technologies can be for creativity. Of course, you want to create a reboot. I don't know how many of you would be willing to have a reboot of this series, but I would love it. So I would bet for that if they can make it. Of course, for doing that, they will need cartoonists and illustrators. Okay, of course, and it's a production. But the thing is that then you can make a reality out of an idea. Okay, bring real players to one of my favorite series of anime of all time. And now let's try the opposite. Okay, let's try to bring real life anime to real life anime characters. And for that, probably you have seen lately on Netflix, this has become very famous, One Piece. Okay, probably one of the most famous animes ever. Okay, then what they made is basically what the fans want. Okay, is basically to have, you know, exactly a look that is exactly the same as the anime series. So I tried also myself with one of my favorite ever animes, that is Knights of the Zodiac. Okay, so here you can see all the Knights of the Zodiac in bronze. Okay, and also the silver like marine. Okay, so here my objective was basically to try to redeem the fans from that experience we had, all of us, with the with the live action movie that was terrible. Okay, you know, you can save your money if you haven't seen it yet because it's terrible. Okay, and you know the armors look like cosplays. Okay, so here I was trying to make them, and also I, of course, I had to bring to life the 12 characters that are gold knights. Okay, so here you can see Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, and of course the other six. Okay, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Aquarius, Capricorn, that is mine, and Pisces. Okay, each one of them inspired into the character, but trying to recreate them as a real armor and not like a cosplay. Okay, and completely and making them so hyper realistic. Okay, so that was my challenge. But also I had another favorite series when I was a boy, and probably this needs no presentation at all. It was obviously Dragon Ball. Okay, and Dragon Ball, here you can see how I brought to life some characters like Goku. Okay, that is always impossible to represent because of that hair. So I tried to make the hair when he is using the chi. Okay, how to bring that hair up, like similar to Aquaman. Okay, the hair is flowing up. Okay, but also here Piccolo. Okay, or Super Buu, or you know, or Dr. Giro. Okay, or of course Frieza. Okay, even when he's fighting against Dragon Ball. When I posted this on TikTok, people became crazy. It has like around 3 million views. Okay, it's completely crazy. And also I recreated some of the women, the three most famous women of this series. Okay, Bulma, Android 18, and Chi Chi, and also Master Roshi. Okay, which was very very hard, probably one of the hardest, but the hardest one by far was Virus. Okay, because Virus is a cat from the space. Okay, with no hair, dressed like an Egyptian. Okay, so that was very hard to make it, and obviously is looking like a human. Okay, and one of my favorites too, because it was a favorite character, was Krillin. But I said, you know, now you can make these kind of conversions to live action shows easily with AI. One more challenge. Okay, what if we give it one more twist? Okay, bring into life pixel art characters from retro video games. And my favorite retro video game ever has been Monkey Island. So I brought some characters from Monkey Island. You can see here the Chalk, okay, or Heman Toothroot, or Meat Hook, okay. I don't know if many, you probably are too young, okay, but not like me. But if you have ever played Monkey Island, surely you remember these characters, okay. Of course, Gabrus, the main character. One, I can tell you that this experience brought to me one of the most, you know, reconforting experiences of all my career. Okay, basically one of the 7 first employees of the company of LucasArts pinged me just to let me know that they loved the illustrations, the characters, and they have sent this to Disney because Disney is the owner of the license. Try to push them to create a live action movie about it. Okay, and that was for me probably one of the best and most rewarding experiences ever on my career, just basically creating a content for the internet, receiving a call like that. And of course, 6 other characters. Okay, you can see here the three-headed monkey, okay, or Wally, okay, and also Elaine or Stan that looks similar to an actor. Surely you recognize him, okay, and also Largo Lagrand. But the thing here is that every challenge is something that you can basically, you are feeling that you are twisting one more again. And one of my other challenges was basically to create something for for one of the most regular experiences that you can have in a Disney World theme park. That is the food. The food is only food. The beans are personalized. Everything is absolutely personalized there, but the food is just food. Okay, so I basically created a menu with 18 courses. Okay, for everything that they can do with their brand, just basically using AI. So here I show it. The sweet part. Okay, the Gru cake, the Cinderella pumpkin spice latte, and the R2C2, and all of this. But also there was a moment that I started to create also not only courses, but I started to think about the crockery, okay, and how tableware and how to basically make it look like adding value to the courses. Okay, so you can see here, ratatouille completely recreated dish, okay, or a hot dog inspired in the dark side, but also this gemstone sandy, okay, that basically you can take the cup with you after you eat the ice cream. And also, I said, even the glasses, okay, for the Hulk smoothie or the Trooper Blaster margarita or the Wookiee brew. And there is another important thing. This is in Spanish, no worries, because but basically I have the recipes, okay. So that's something that nobody in Disney knows. We were able to communicate this with Disney too through one of our partnership managers, and we send them the pictures, and basically also we have the recipes. So if any of you have or want one of these recipes, just let me know. And finally, I said, every challenge I try to make it a little bit harder, but sometimes those iconic brands help you to demonstrate better the concept. So one of the areas that I've been working on many years when I was in a previous role in sports and entertainment was about the hard it is to create co-branding activities, co-branding opportunities for some brands. Okay. So here I used Marvel, that is also owned by Disney, to create a co-branding campaign. And how I thought about it? Okay, I thought about how to co-brand the cars. Okay, every single movie of Marvel has different cars. But the thing is that I was trying to get cars that are customized with the characters that are in the movie. So here you can see that how it would be the Audi R8, okay, shown by Iron Man. I think there is one in the movie, but it's white, okay, completely plain white, okay, or the Mustang for the captain, okay, and every car obviously has an interior design that is obviously aligned with the rest of the design of the car, okay. But my idea was that all of these cars can be sold, okay, exactly like they did with Transformers, okay. Transformers, you remember Bumblebee? There was a series of Bumblebees, okay, on the street that they were even including the metal sign of the Transformers in the side, okay. That was exactly the Bumblebee shown in the movie, okay. From all of these, my favorite one has been always the Mini Cooper Ant-Man. I think it fits perfectly with the concept of the character too, but also the design, I love it, okay, with carbon fiber inside. But you can see here the Hammer Hulk, okay, that surely would be a super seller for those who wants to get a Hammer. Obviously it's not my kind of car, okay. And also the Volvo XC, that is the electric one, okay, electric version of Volvo, okay, for Thor. So more challenges, okay. What about the movies where the actors turn it down a main role? I don't know, that many movies have had an actor that turned it down a role. So here what I try to recreate are those posters. Sorry, because you cannot see here Tom Cruise behind my face. I should have moved this below. But basically you can see him here. Okay, and I don't know it, but all of these actors were selected for the role, but for different reasons, some of them turned down the role. Sometimes, the director selected finally another one. But Will Smith was basically mm, done to be Neo, and finally he didn't do it. Or Tom Cruise for Iron Man, thanks God. Okay, I think we need to thank God for that. But also John Travolta's Forrest Gump is amazing. Or Sir Sean Connery, okay, as Gandalf. Okay, I think it would have been a good one, but probably we prefer the original one. But here my best, I'm completely a fan of Matthew McConaughey, because he declined to be Jack Dawson in Titanic, and also Captain Jack Sparrow, and I thank him for that. Okay, but as I said, every challenge is a new twist on how I can reach higher and deeper in producing something better. Okay, so why about creating new products? Okay, from all licenses. And here I was thinking of my own experience when I was a boy, and the toys were very bad. Okay, because they never look at as the original character. Okay, so here basically I'm showing to you some of the products that I created with some old licenses of movies. Okay, Kickboxer, Wolverine, Knight Rider, okay, Alien, Masters of the Universe, MacGyver, okay, one of my favorites one, or Cobra, okay, or even Cena, okay. Then I think it's great. The thing is that when I published this, many people, and you cannot imagine, many people started to ping me directly to get one of these figures because they thought they didn't read that it was saying possibly made by. So they thought these products were in the market. So they started to write me even like like a wish list. I want Knight Rider and I want MacGyver. Yes, I want Bruce Willis, and no, this is not real. But they gave me another idea for one more twist. It was about how to make them real. I mean, 3D, something that you can print or you can convert into a toy. And for that, I used one of those characters that was Wolverine. So using the image of Wolverine, you can see here how Wolverine has been converted through an AI model into 3D. And once you have it in 3D, of course, this would need a lot of work, okay, for articulated, okay. But you can see here that even the knees are already created. And the impressive thing here is that the model has created the back, and it didn't have the back. The back has been created by AI and converted into 3D. And once you have it in this way, apart from creating the articulated elements, if you want to print it, okay, for your 3D printer, another thing that you can do is to convert it in a character for a video game. Okay, so here basically I animated it and I created. For this, I used one of the models that I showed to you before. Okay, this is made with CSM. Okay, there is a new 3D model that is capable to convert, but it needs some tweaks. Okay, because normally the head is never the good quality, so you have to split first the body and secondly the head, create two different models and then put them together. Okay, but the reality is that once you have that, okay, at the end you have a good quality for the head and a good quality for the body. So you can basically, in a matter of literally minutes, you can create a 3D character out of a 2D image. One more challenge, okay? Creating a video only using AI. So let me show it to you. This is my this is an old man. Let me cue the video directly.
What I'm about to tell you will most likely blow your mind. Everything in this video, including myself, what I'm saying, my voice, and even the music, was created by AI in less than 10 minutes. That's right, this entire video was created using cutting-edge generative AI technology. This is just a taste of what artificial intelligence will be capable of in the future. Don't be alarmed. I was obviously created by a human named Jesus, but this is proof that AI boosts creative work productivity to unprecedented levels. If you're as excited about AI as I am, you should consider following my creator.
When I posted this video, many people wrote me, okay, about how I made it. This is now normal in October 2023, but this was made in January, okay? So there are seven different models behind this. Now you probably can do this with one or two or three models in total, okay, created with that voice, but the music, also the script was created and everything he said, okay? And also creating a song inspired into a group. So let me show you this. I don't know if you recognize the riff, okay, guitar riff, okay. It sounds a little bit like AC/DC, but it's better. Down the highway, the force so divine. If you can create even not only the music, but the music and the voices and the lyrics. So here the lyrics were created with ChatGPT, the music and the voices were created by Suno. Okay, and I have here my whole song. Okay, this could be one of the. Sounds great, right? 100% created with AI. So let me move forward. a little bit because I want to show you. This is the last one. Okay, we're a little bit out of time, but let me show you this. One of my challenges was to create a campaign for Starbucks inspired in the logo that are the men made. So initially for the Women's Day, I created this campaign, okay, that is inspired in the logo with different women from different places, okay, and ethnicities and so on. And this was my idea. But the problem with the AI is that when you start with one campaign, then you think, why cannot I create two campaigns? And then I thought about another campaign 5 months ago. I thought about another campaign that at that time I wasn't able to make it real. But nowadays, with the technology we have available, especially for video, my idea was how to create a campaign that must be a TV commercial. I couldn't do it at that time, but now I can do it. Let me show it to you. The idea was about the mermaid that comes out of the water to smell the coffee in a bike market. Okay, the first Starbucks store in Seattle. I don't know if you have ever been there, but if you have been, surely you know what I'm talking about. That is a small store that when it opens in the morning, all the tiny street smells like coffee. Okay, so the idea was how to create that TV commercial. I wasn't able to make it 5 months ago, but now I'm able to make it. Let me show it to you. A working legend since 1971. And that's it from my side. Just one more thing for you, and it's basically a statement that I use in every presentation, is that AI won't take your job. However, someone who uses AI more effectively than you most likely will. So be ready for this new era of creativity and prepare yourself to be those ones that have more skills and use AI more effectively. Thank you so much. Bye.
Wow, Jesus, that was just on another level.
Amazing.
Truly am just like floored. I'm going to watch that probably a couple more times just to get your workflows. Some fantastic questions. I can't wait till the Q&A. Truly incredible stuff. I mean, as someone, I don't know about you, Dan, that is using this stuff on a daily basis in his work and just for fun, easily some of the best AI generated content I've ever seen.
Not even close. Not even close. So excited for the Q&A to come up and hear a little bit more about behind the scenes from Jesus. That was awesome.
Yes, thanks so much for your insights and sharing those wonderful, wonderful images and videos with us. But let's keep the party going. Like I said, next up we have Anand Kulkarni. He's the CSO at Horizons for Digital Solutions, and he'll be presenting a talk called "Whose Intellectual Property is Prompt Engineering?" We all know that prompt engineering is revolutionizing business, but how are the intellectual property rights of this, actively changing and evolving? Who does it belong to? How to secure it? What are they? So we're going to hear from Anand for some insights into this very important and relevant part of everything that we like to do with prompt engineering.
Results. Now, in light of the Alice decision, patent applicants should be prepared to demonstrate how their chatbot system goes beyond mere implementation of an abstract idea and provide practical application. In summary, while as of now prompts per se can best be copyrighted like a software code, but then at some point in time, these combined with large language models, sensors, actuators, they can be patented if we take the right kind of steps to protect them. Now, thank you so much for your patient listening, and wishing each one of you all the best. And I'm happy to discuss anything related to this topic later as well. Thank you so much. Bye. Hello everyone, my name is Anand. I have been working in digital engineering since 2.5 decades across the globe. I'm also the Indian patent agent and was chosen by World Intellectual Property Organization for their summer program last year. Right now I am the Chief Strategy and Solutions Officer for Horizon 4 Digital Solutions. This is an organization that is focused on high productivity digital engineering. Now I would like to thank the Prompt Engineering Conference 2023 team for giving me the opportunity to present my views on their platform. Coming back to the topic, prompt engineering is truly revolutionizing business scenarios. But the question is, how about the intellectual property? Are there any rights for this immersive and impactful activity? Is there an IP? If it is there, who does it belong to? And how do we secure it? With the rights come duties. What are they? So let us start at what exactly is intellectual property. Intellectual property rights are the rights given to each and every person for the creation of new things according to their minds. Now, IPR usually gives the creator a complete right over the use of his or her creation for a certain period of time. While you get the complete rights against any misuse or any use of work with or without the permissions, now the rights are issued for a limited period of time to maintain the equilibrium. There are a couple of intellectual property rights which are definitely applicable to prompt engineering. Copyright is one of them. Now copyright is a term that describes ownership or control of the rights to the use and distribution of certain works of creative expression. This will include books, videos, movies, music, computer programs, and patents. A patent gives the owner the right to exclude others from making, using, selling, and importing an invention for a limited period of time. Now, the patent rights are granted in exchange for enabling public disclosure of the invention. There are other rights like trademarks and trade secrets. And on the other side, we have observed the demand for a new profession, that is a prompt engineer. It appears to be growing in leaps and bounds. Now, what are these prompt engineers expected to do? They are expected to use the NLP capabilities of different large language models like ChatGPT, basically properly formulating the requests that may yield helpful results. Now that we have such a creative workforce, the question arises that these prompts which are written by the prompt engineers, can they become intellectual property? Now a simple look at this activity tells us that prompt engineering can not be trademarked for sure. And if it is kept as a trade secret, of course it is just a trade secret, anybody can keep it. Coca-Cola keeps its trade secret, so anybody can keep it. So now which are the other categories which are possibly associated with intellectual property for prompt engineering? Now, as far as I am concerned, I see that all the original prompts can be copyrighted. Just like one could copyright a piece of code or one could copyright a SQL script. Now, why do I say that? See, the first thing is, considering that development of the AI has turned the specialized systems that can be used along with each other. So there is an image recognition, there can be a 3D model generation, there can be generation of images based upon that model that has been generated. Now, because there is a string of prompts that needs to drive that entire process through so many layers, so there would be a string of prompts or a kind of method or process. Second thing is that even with one single tool or even with one single tool like ChatGPT or any other system, there are several steps that need to be taken. Now this process needs to be repeated enough times, it can be formalized, it can be automated. So in other words, artificial intelligence tools with NLP capabilities are just another step for providing someone a better way to get an outcome. Now, prompting of these systems has no other way but to become formalized and complex, producing complex scripts, and that will definitely be a result of the creativity of the prompt engineers. It would be unique, and depending upon the money that you are making, it might be expensive to create. Now, definitely, it means that all the prompts that are original, which follow all of this originality, are going to be copyrighted. Now, let us talk about patenting of the prompts. Prompt engineering by itself is not typically patentable, as it involves the creation of a written or a spoken language that does not meet the criteria for a patentable subject matter. However, prompt engineering may be part of an overall process or a system that is patentable, such as, let's say, we talk about a chatbot system that includes unique combination of hardware, software, and user interfaces. Now, if we are considering patenting this chatbot system that includes prompt engineering, yes, there is a possibility. However, there are a few considerations to keep in mind. The most important consideration is that of novelty. Now, to be eligible for a patent, the chatbot system must be novel, which means that it must be different from any other similar system that has been disclosed or made available to the public. Now, in the context of prompt engineering, this could mean a new or unique approach in terms of generating prompts, in terms of utilizing them, which is not currently in use. The next thing that needs to happen is non-obviousness. Now, in addition to being novel, your chatbot system must also be non-obvious. That means that it should not be an obvious solution to a problem which is obvious to others in the industry who are also already working on it. So if your prompt engineering approach is obvious to those skilled in the art, it may not be eligible for a patent. The third aspect is utility. Now, to be eligible for a patent, your chatbot system must be useful. This means that it must have a practical application and must be capable of producing some sort of tangible result. And while novelty, non-obviousness, utility, all these three factors are there, there is also a very important ruling that needs to be considered while thinking of patenting an invention that includes prompt engineering and its outcomes. In 2014, the US Supreme Court issued a landmark decision in the case of Alex Corporation versus CLS Bank International. Here they address the issue of patentable subject matter, and this definitely would have a significant impact on patentability of software and other computer related inventions. Prompt engineering promptly falls into computer related inventions. Now, in the Alice case, the court held that abstract ideas implemented using generic computer hardware and software are not eligible for patent protection. The court reasoned that allowing patents on such inventions would risk disproportionately tying up the use of the underlying ideas and would effectively grant a monopoly over an abstract idea. Now, this ruling has important implications for prompt engineering and any other aspects of technology. To be eligible for patent protection, your chatbot system that we are talking about, this imaginary chatbot system, it will have even if it incorporates prompt engineering, it must be more than a mere implementation of the abstract idea. It must demonstrate that it provides a practical application and tangible results. Now, in light of the Alice decision, patent applicants should be prepared to demonstrate how their chatbot system goes beyond mere implementation of an abstract idea and provide practical application. In summary, while as of now prompts per se can best be copyrighted like a software code, but then at some point in time, these combined with large language models, sensors, actuators, they can be patented if we take the right kind of steps to protect them. Now, thank you so much for your patient listening and wishing each one of you all the best. And I'm happy to discuss anything related to this topic later as well. Thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you so much for that talk right there. I mean, it's definitely at the top of everyone's mind here. It's the Wild West in the world of AI in a lot of ways, with us not knowing some of our creations and things that we're working on, what the legal status of them will be in the coming years. But with a topic like that, I think it's best pitched to the panel of experts that we just heard from. So I'm going to invite Stefan, Jesus, and Anand to the stage. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your insightful talks at this part of the Prompt Engineering Conference. Some fantastic, just differing perspectives. We have some great comments and questions from people. Some for individuals, and then some hopefully you can all answer for us. So Stefan, since you kicked us off with just this really kind of insightful discussion linking classical methods to these new generative AI patterns, one of the things that came up, could you maybe elaborate on some of the similarities and differences between the evolution of traditional programming patterns and then the development of AI prompt patterns in generative AI?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. In fact, one of the first prompt I crafted with ChatGPT months ago was about do we need a new kind of software engineering, because software is about maintaining in time the quality of software program you develop. But my question was, will we need a new kind of software engineering in order to maintain in the long term the prompt we are crafting, or maybe it's just a waste of time and we no longer need to focus on that because you can create as much prompt as you want and you don't really need to maintain them. So but in the meantime, you saw that the prompt itself, its format already evolved. Now you can put some comments in a prompt to give context. You can also include code, software code like Python and so on. So, well, you know what they say, prediction is very difficult, especially about the future. So we'll see in the future.
Absolutely. I mean, just kind of it almost begs the kind of thing that's on a lot of our minds. Do you think that with some of these changes, is the end of is the age of giant models coming to an end, and we're going to have all these small specialized models?
Sure.
In what use cases do you think a large model is better versus these small, like refined ones, even if there's an infinitely interchangeable number of small models?
Yeah, well, as you say, an infinite number, because I think that most of business domain will have their own specific targeted models because they are addressing specific needs. But the big one will be able to grasp very large questions. I mean, in my daily activities, I don't need a model that is able to understand Sanskrit and also translate into some other obscure language from the Middle Age. But maybe it's there are some field of work that require that. So I don't know if
Absolutely.
give some insight.
I mean, I find myself translating things to Sanskrit all the time in GPT-4. So maybe that's just something that you have, no immediate need for. One more from you from the comments in the audience from Magnus Oxenwalt. With AI models evolving, will we reach a point where intra-prompt engineering becomes redundant due to the model's inherent understanding? Are we headed to a promptless future? The promptless engineering conference in 2024?
Right. So, but I think we already saw that arriving. There is the sponsor of the conference, Prompt Perfect, and already with a very small prompt, you can create something more detailed. And so, yes, probably in the near future, there will be an easier access to the prompt engineering, in fact.
Yeah. No, I kind of firmly believe that once this is in the mainstream, most folks won't interact with LLMs
Yeah, sure,
in the
sure.
way we are right now. You
Yeah.
know, they're going to have some veneer, some wrapper, some prompt as a service, and that's how they use
Yeah.
language models.
But probably to create such insight, very detailed artistic creation like Jesus produced, there will always be a need for highly skilled people and prompt engineering skill, I suppose.
Absolutely. Well, I want to transition to Jesus's talk and just some truly incredible images and videos that you shared with us. I mean, I don't know if you were following Jesus. I think about everybody online asked for what tool or workflow you had. And I kept trying to
Yeah.
comment like, well, this ain't just one. This is definitely a collaborative effort.
Yeah.
So one of the things that I was thinking about that I think came up as a result of some of those type of discussions is almost like, is there potentially like a need for some sort of aggregation platform for all these Gen AI tools? You know, how would you maybe even envision that
Yeah.
layout? You know, how might that look? Would it all just be some shared canvas you plug everything into and the model knows, or you just
Yeah.
kind of get a bunch of different levers?
Yeah, well, as I explained it during my session, and many people that probably arrived late, they was asking about what tools are is he using? You know, what is the list? Okay, it was at the beginning of the session, so you can see the recording. But the thing is that it's not about the tools itself; it's about the process, as I described. Okay, so obviously, right now, each model and each tool is very specific for a concrete task, and that tool is capable to do that thing very well, but not other things. So my task here as a conductor of the orchestra is basically to provide the outcome of one tool to another tool. So I have to basically mix the models by myself, but we are pretty close to models that are going to be multimodal. Okay, so it will be very easy that we will jump from a prompt to a static image, then we can convert that static image into a video. We can convert that static image into a 3D figurine, as I made today with the actions figures, and I showed that, and it's going to be easier. But at the end, it will be surely one provider giving you those models. Okay, so I think the platforms that allow the people to connect different models over the cloud, surely this is going to happen. Okay, and I think some providers like us in Microsoft, we have announced that some other models can be integrated into your pipeline. And of course, all the tools that I use today are free for everyone. Well, not free, some of them are premium, but the thing is that they are open for everyone. I wouldn't recommend anyone to use these tools for an enterprise-ready solution. Okay, so if you want to make this happen, as I've been collaborating with studios and media companies and agencies, advertising agencies, if you want to make this thing securely and with the right privacy, ensuring that you will have a copyright of it, then you need to do it behind the wall. Okay, you have to do it obviously with your own cloud platform and adopting those models or deploying them by yourself. Okay, because some of them are really easy to integrate with others. Someone was asking about, but then how you get the STL files from a 3D? I say, well, it was like a one click. For me, it was like export to STL. It was as simple as that. Obviously, you want to convert that thing in something programmatic, then you need to integrate it into a pipeline, and surely with some code, it will be easy to make it. But the reality is that all my research, especially on experiences for end users and creative roles, is made with tools that are available for everyone. That's why I provided the list at the beginning, and everyone can explore all of those tools. Some of them will charge you for a fee, okay? Others will open you a world for 400 credits. Some of them also, as I was beta tester of some of them, they gave me like infinite credits, okay, just to test because I was helping them with feedback. But they are open. I encourage everyone to test all of the tools in that list, and they will be amazed because what I did, they will be able to make it. Okay, each one in a different level. At the beginning, when you are a newbie, you feel that the tools probably are not doing what you want. But as soon as you become a little bit proficient, then you realize, wow, I have like I feel like Superman. I have superpowers now. I can do everything that I want.
And that's in some way, how do you feel when you become proficient with these tools?
Super design powers, indeed. Wow. I mean, it's also encouraging to know that it's if you can apply some existing talent, and I'm sure your experience as an animator and things like that obviously come to bear when you're thinking about composition and stuff like that. We just had here in the last few weeks OpenAI release GPT-4 Vision, and I've been a ardent just been playing around with it, trying to find what it can and can't do, what the limitations are. How do you kind of envision that fitting into these design workflows?
Well, I said, it's from the videos that I shared today, some of them there were from 6 months ago, and now I would probably use another different tools. But the thing is about the workflow. As I explained it at the beginning, as I'm a one-man band for most of these challenges, okay, sometimes I have some help from some colleagues that are experts on video gaming, the ones that I made about video gaming. I try to leverage the expertise of some friends, but sometimes I'm a one-man band. So what I do is basically to use ChatGPT to orchestrate everything. Even I'm not a filmmaker, so I don't know how to do an advertising and put on a whole story in less than 1 minute. So I leverage ChatGPT to help me. Okay, how would you design the sequences? And even ChatGPT is so good that can help you if you have no idea about filmmaking, can help you to say, try to start with slow motion images, no more than 3 seconds, then you can accelerate later, and even structure the ad to tell the whole story and say that you have to go through this and this in sequence. And with that also, that helping me to create my prompts. Okay, so I think these kind of tools that can enable you to go from a single idea to an end story are going to be, I think coming to us in the next weeks. I used to say months, but sometimes I'm super pessimistic because it's in weeks, not in months. Okay.
Yeah, by the time you learn anything, it's already out of date in some respects. Well, no, that's almost like that you're using ChatGPT as your kind of collaborator throughout the process of using all the tools, validating and going back and forth.
It's something you mentioned it here. Sorry to interrupt you, but it's something you mentioned it here that for me is super critical, is that you can have some previous skills. And I used to say that for the ones that have zero skills on something, this will make you, from zero to hero. That's it. You have no idea about photography and you will be able to get a great picture that looks like a professional photographer. One. But the thing is that if you are a professional photographer, then it's when you become literally like Thanos, okay? Like with the gauntlet of the infinite. You can do everything you want, everything you decided all your life. That's what you are able to do right now. Why? Because I can design a very good picture, but I'm not I'm not aware about what is the perfect lens, what is the perfect light, what is the perfect perspective. That's what the professional photographer knows. So probably whatever I can do, a photographer will do it much better than me. Whatever I can do with 3D, an animator or a 3D designer can do much better than me. Okay, so it's not a matter of seeing that, this guy acquired some super special skills. No, it's not that way. It's completely the opposite way. You have previous skills, then you can use them to become even better on that specific area. Okay, and that's something that you mentioned at West that I love it, because it's like I try to encourage all the people that are in training right now with different companies and agencies, and to, hey guys, this is not your end, and neither the end of the creativity. This is completely the opposite thing. This is, the starting point of an era that is going to make everyone super creative, and everyone with a single idea will be able to convert that idea into something real.
And I often say too, as well, just to add on to that, like the commodity of execution now is kind of offloaded to the AI, where we can just put a lot of our creativity and our emotional intelligence and feelings and perspective into anything we're doing, thanks to AI. And I think that's definitely the case. When I teach image generation or Midjourney in one of our online courses on the Uplimit platform, people are kind of surprised because the first thing we do is, okay, hey, we're going to learn about AI image generation and first an art history lesson and then photography 101. We'll get to the AI eventually, but you're going to need these things, these levers to pull, the buttons to press before you can do that. I think it's very fitting too. We have Anand here too, talking about IP and copyright issues, because I know that's something that is still a big question mark for the design community, especially, but the prompts? Like, what is the ownership going to be? I think that whole landscape is going to change here a whole lot in the next few years. So I want to give Anand the chance to answer a few questions too, as it pertains to that and other things. So one of our questions we got, what would be some suggestions on how to protect your IP when building products using ChatGPT? What can be protected?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much for giving me an opportunity, and I really enjoyed the creation of Jesus. Wonderful. And so coming back to the products, right? So when you create a product with ChatGPT, the first and foremost thing is that if any of the content that can be proven to be taken as it is from the existing content, where the match is a certain percentage match, it is going to basically say that it has infringed upon the intellectual property. So, and the jury is still out, as we all know, right? As far as the chat GPT is concerned. There are models that are getting created. For example, in terms of technology, there is a GitHub Copilot. In GitHub Copilot, there is they have kind of made sure that they are not able to access the code, which is a proprietary code. And that is how you have to protect the IP when you are building the product. So if you are using chat GPT or any large language models, you will have to constrain it in terms of not being able to access any intellectual property which is already there. If you do that, then obviously you will not be able to get any intellectual property, while you will be actually probably sued right, because you have already infringed upon somebody else's intellectual property. So the first thing is that when you are creating, when you are building a product, you will have to understand the constraint or the scope of what exactly you are going to access. And the second thing is what exactly is going to be the outcome. For example, the outcomes that we saw, wonderful outcomes that we saw from Jesus coming out, those outcomes, if they are matching in a certain fashion to a certain degree and extent, depending upon the laws of the land, whether it is US, whether it is India, whether it is Europe, different places, Australia, etc., then it would come back as an infringement. In fact, I think that is the reason why he was saying that you should use enterprise grade tools rather than these, because it may so happen that there might be some sort of infringement of IP. So you have to be very careful in terms of the content that the tools are accessing, as well as the outcome that is coming out. That is the first thing. The second thing is, then once you are able to do it, then you can go and you can copyright or you can patent, depending upon what you are trying to do.
The outcome. Got it. No, that makes sense, and I think that aligns with a lot of how software development code works. It's the outcome that you're trying to protect. I think this next question perfectly kind of aligns with that. When you're training a model that has a bunch of trials or a bunch of different outcomes, like how do you then go about trying to protect something like that?
Yeah. So see, the copyright is there are two types of copyrights, right? So one copyright is for the way in which you are building the model or the way in which you are training the model, the prompts themselves, right? The other copyright is for the outcome that is coming out, right? So so copyright can be obtained in both ways. It doesn't matter whether there are multiple trials done. For every trial, for example, let's say I am an author of a novel, right? Let's say I have written Harry Potter's next 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th book. And if I create multiple books and I create multiple versions of that book, I will still get copyright for all of them. So even if there are models that are varying across many trials, the copyrights can be taken as long as it is not infringing on somebody else's copyright.
Well, it seems like the lawyers are going to benefit aplenty here in the age
Obviously.
of generative AI. They're licking their chops, because I can just think of, doing multiple training epochs for a project that we did. I'm like, oh, okay, so that I gotta copyright 5 of these, like, all right.
Correct.
Well, that's
Lawyers
really
always benefit. Lawyers are
Yeah.
the ones who always benefit.
that's
Sounds like an emerging industry here.
yeah, tech lawyers. So one more for all of you. I mean, this is we can't predict the future, but we're going to ask you guys too, just because maybe you have a little bit more perspective, or there's some things you're excited about. Given all these rapid advancements, in AI and prompt engineering, what do you think are maybe the emerging trends, maybe as it pertains to your discussions, in prompt engineering and design and intellectual property protection in the next year, 5 years, 10 years? I mean, that might as well be 1,000 years away at this point with the amount of advances we're going to see in the next 10 years. But yeah, I would love to hear your perspective, Stefan. Please tell us the future.
Well, I think we see the future happening in real time currently with generative AI, but soon we will have some, and we see them already, multimodal generative AI, and probably we will not no longer need to write some prompt, because now they can understand spoken language. So think we'll have some personal assistant arriving very soon on the market next year.
That'll be nice. AI personal assistant that just gets it. Jesus, I would love to hear what is exciting in your world, what you think is going to be the next really kind of breakthrough. It's hard to even imagine, considering like ChatGPT hasn't even been out a year, which has really kind of been exploded onto the scene.
Well, I used to say also in my conferences that I'm not a futurist. I'm a researcher. So basically, I can talk about what I see. But my feeling is that, first of all, in terms of the area of creativity and creative roles, I think absolutely every tool that we had in the past will integrate in some way in a higher or lower level, but AI. And that will, in fact, make indistinguishable something created with AI and not without AI. What does it mean also for the IP area that here we are commenting in depth, okay? That there won't be a possibility, even a possibility to differentiate what is created with AI or not. So basically, by default, everything must be allowed to be created. I think the U.S. Copyright Office already has sent a letter basically explaining their positioning on this, and they basically said that even they will accept some work created with the help of AI if it's something that you can demonstrate that requires a human process. Okay, so they are not denying by default copyright, and that's in the medium term. But my feeling always with this is that whatever we try to predict in 1, 5, or 10 years, we will be wrong. And let me explain you why. I'm researching tools almost every single day since the last 18 months. And today I was surprised with the announcement from Meta when they launched new chatbots with the basically cloning and doing a deep fake of some artists and celebrities in US, okay, so especially Kendall Jenner. I was impressed with that. I see almost every single model that is out there. I have never predicted that they will be launching today, October 2023, a model that can literally clone a person without a trained eye capable to find any single error. Okay, so whatever we try to predict for 1, 5, I think, if we look at ourselves where we were at 12 months before, what we are living right now would be science fiction. Okay, the possibility to create videos or 3D models. We were thinking, okay, this will be possible probably 2-3 years. So how close we are from an AGI? I don't know. Some experts or some futurologists are saying 3 years, 5 years. I don't know. Probably it's going to be closer than any of that. The thing is that in the moment that we realize that an artificial intelligence can become self-aware, or we automatically think, because of the bias of 100 years of science fiction films, that we will try to destroy us. Okay, that's what we are always thinking. Okay, but I think that's not going to happen. I'm not a believer of that kind of theories. But the fact is that I think it's going to be integrated absolutely everywhere. Also, another thing that is going to happen in a very few months, and I think the devices providers are going to announce these kind of things very soon, is that the devices will have their own AI to execute locally. Okay, not to consume an external services. So try to imagine what does it mean for a phone, okay, that you have 99% of your time in front of you, okay, and what does it mean? Okay, the possibility to basically have an AI executing and running in your computer instead of consuming an external service in terms of privacy, security. That basically changed completely the game. So those are my predictions. I have to say the word, but I don't like the word of predictions, but that's what I'm seeing in the short term and probably in longer term.
No, thanks so much for that. That's perfectly punctuated. And Anand, I'd love to hear your perspective on the future, what it holds.
Sure. So, see, in my view, and I think it encompasses all of these things. The future is nearer than it looks like, right? Like what we say for the rear view mirror. So, what happens over here now is that we had individuals, we had families, we had companies, and there was intellectual property or some sort of a property or some sort of a legal status that was given. It is going to be going forward people plus AI. So it is going to be multiple identities of individuals along with the AI and the mastery of AI that they are able to get onto, and that itself will become identity of people. And so the way in which we look at intellectual property today, the way in which we categorize it, even the words like copyright, etc., I think there are newer words that are going to come. There are newer entities that are going to emerge. And I don't think that it has been covered in any of our science fiction. So we are in for a lot of excitement, is what I see.
That's fantastic. Well, I just want to thank Stefan, Jesus, and Anand for those wonderful discussions, wonderful talks, and the answers to those questions. Thank you so much again from everyone here at the team and everyone watching around the world. Folks on the stream, we're going to take a little virtual coffee break, but please be back with us here. Let's say about 8 minutes from now, and we're going to kick off with the second round of presentations. So again, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
guys.
Welcome back, Track 2. I am still your host, Wes Shields, and also joined as always with Dan over there, founder of Prompt Hub. We have an exciting lineup here for the second of 3 phases in our prompt engineering conference, and I want to get right into it. We're going to be hearing here from Mark Hennings. Mark is the founder of Entry Point AI, and he's going to talk to us about what I think to many people is this mysterious thing that happens to language models known as fine tuning that you can do to it. No one understands it. And I'm really excited to hear about his perspectives. He's he started a video production company in college, photo technologist, and really just a wealth of knowledge and experience about growing and building AI companies. And he's going to talk to us about fine tuning. I'll share in the chat the Entry Point website, and they also have a upcoming fine tuning masterclass next week. So if you find the things you hear from Mark insightful in this presentation, I think you'll really, really appreciate what he has to offer in that upcoming masterclass. So let's hear from Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Hennings. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I'm super excited to talk to you about fine tuning today. So let's get started. First of all, let's go over some background information on what fine tuning is. Let's start with the very beginning, how a foundation model is born. It all begins with pre-training. And we've all heard of this. They take a large amount of text from diverse sources like the internet, and then they train the model. This is a type of unsupervised learning, which means they just give the model the text, it uses an algorithm, and it learns to predict words or tokens in sequence. But then comes instruction tuning. This is how you take a base model that's been pre-trained and turn it into something like ChatGPT, where you can tell it what you want it to do, and it will actually treat what you tell it as instructions instead of just treating it as some text that it needs to predict what would follow that text. After instruction tuning, then you also have this step where they make the model safer. They try to prevent it from giving dangerous, illegal, or unethical output. Instruction tuning and safety tuning are both types of fine tuning, and they're both a type of supervised learning, which means that you give it an input, and then you give it an output that you actually want it to give back from the input. So it's learning from your input and output pairs. And they're very, very important steps because raw large language model behavior is unpredictable before it's fine-tuned. In this example with GPT-3, you say how to bake a cake. And it kind of does what we are used to now from using tools like ChatGPT. But if you go back to the base model that hasn't been fine-tuned and you give it the same input, it does not treat it as I need to give you a recipe. It just goes off in a strange direction. And that's what can happen before you train a model to be instructed. So let's dig in a little deeper there. And let's think about what we're actually giving a model and what we expect it to do. If I tell a model ABC, what do I want from that? Do I want it to autocomplete it? Do I want it to define the first 3 letters ABC as this is part of the English alphabet? Do I want to translate it into another language, transform it into uppercase? Or do I want it to ask me, what are you thinking? Why are you giving me these 3 letters? Like ChatGPT. Fine-tuning allows us to show the large language model how we want it to apply knowledge. It has all this knowledge from the pre-training stage, and fine-tuning is what allows us to kind of harness that and direct it to a particular task. Some of its characteristics include it's a type of supervised learning that we already talked about, which means it needs input and output examples to know what to do. It's a type of transfer learning, which means we take an existing model and then we can fine-tune that. We can fine-tune a model in multiple steps. You can fine-tune a model that's already been fine-tuned. It's much less computationally intensive than pre-training. Of course, this depends on the size of your data set, but in general, it's very expensive to pre-train a model, and fine-tuning is flexible. You can take that base model and you can fine-tune it. You can fine-tune it again. You can try different things, and it's not going to take you months or cost millions of dollars. Fine-tuning also limits the scope of what a model will do. It increases the predictability of the model behavior. Instead of it going off in some random direction, it's going to follow what your training examples show it to do. So if you're steering the model to do one particular thing, that also makes it bad at doing other things. So it's important to decide exactly what you need your model to do and fine-tune a model for that. And then since fine-tuning is very easy to do and inexpensive, you can fine-tune different models for different tasks. You don't have to create one super model that can do everything. That's more like what these chat-based models we already have can do and why they're so great with prompt engineering. Fine-tuning allows us to really hone in on a particular use case and get a model that does that exact thing super well. A few misconceptions that are floating out there include that fine-tuning teaches the model facts. This is just not true. Models may repeat incidentally things that were in the training data set, but it's more like them imitating the tone or the style or the formatting of the training data. And it's not a guaranteed behavior by any means. A better way to handle facts is to provide it in your prompt and use a technique like retrieval augmented generation to make sure that you're giving the model the facts that it needs to generate some kind of output based on. Because large language models are really good at handling facts inside the context window, but not so good at retrieving particular or discrete facts from their training data. That's just not how they're designed to work. Another misconception is that you need this really massive, impossible sized data set to fine-tune a large language model. And that comes from the machine learning days, maybe 5-10 years ago, when it was true that if you wanted to do fine-tuning, you needed a really large data set. But because large language models are pre-trained on so much information, they don't need a lot of examples to start doing a pretty good job. One way to think about this is as an extension to few-shot learning. So if you can provide, say, 10 examples inside your prompt, with fine-tuning, you can have a training data set with an unlimited number of examples. And instead of being limited by the length of your prompt, you can move that into your training data set and you can train the model. And because it will have more examples of the type of inputs and outputs that you expect or that it might encounter, it can do an overall better job. Okay, so we mentioned retrieval augmented generation. And that's a technique that uses semantic search to find relevant information to include in the prompt. And it's great for improving truthfulness and accuracy of outputs by providing facts in the context window. And fine-tuning works really well with it. Fine-tuning is not so much for teaching facts. Retrieval augmented generation is great for getting the information and the facts that you need. So you can use fine-tuning to kind of steer the formatting of what you want out of the model to optimize its performance. And then you can use retrieval augmented generation or other techniques to get the information in your prompt to make sure you're getting a really high quality result. They work great together. Okay, so when should we actually fine-tune a model? What is it good for? Well, let's start with a little definition here. So fine-tuning, the way we're going to talk about it, we're not going to do safety tuning or instruction tuning. We're going to train a foundation model for a specialized task. And examples of these tasks can include writing any kind of content, emails, blogs, product descriptions, scrubbing fake emails from a list, extracting or normalizing data, translating, paraphrasing, rewriting, qualifying sales leads, ranking priority of support issues, detecting fraud, flagging inappropriate content. Very common tasks in businesses. And traditional programming is really bad at them, but large language models are great at them, especially when they've been fine-tuned. So hold on. All those examples I just gave you, you can definitely use prompt engineering, right? Of course. So why should I fine-tune a model? Well, because it's awesome. Fine-tuned models are faster and cheaper because you can train a smaller model to match the quality. They reduce the size of your prompts, allowing for longer completions. Training examples allow you to cover edge cases and collaborate better as a team. And fine-tuned models, because they narrow the scope of what your model will do, are naturally resistant to prompt injection attacks. So how much faster are they really? Well, if you just compare GPT-4 versus GPT 3.5, and you look at the average response time for 10 tokens, the difference is 2 seconds to 730 milliseconds, which is a 3x difference in speed, which I don't need to tell some of you UX experts is a big deal. Now let's talk about cost. For 1 million requests on GPT-4 versus GPT 3.5 fine-tuned, you are looking at an 89% savings. Over the long run, especially at scale, that is a big difference. Part of this is because you're using a smaller model, and part of it is because your prompts also get shorter too. With a typical engineered prompt, you might say something like, write a blog post on the topic and use this kind of tone and style. It has some adjectives. It tells you what to do, what not to do. For a fine-tuned model, you just need the thing that's different, the unique information for that particular task that you're asking it to do. That's different from all the other tasks. And in this case, the only difference between this prompt, if you had it on one blog post and another blog post, would be the topic. And it's 90% shorter. This actually allows us to write longer form content because our prompt isn't soaking up all of our tokens in the context window. Another claim I made is that fine-tuned models are better for working as a team. And I want you to think about how this scales. If you have one epic prompt that everybody's supposed to collaborate on, it's like having one file in your GitHub repo, and your whole code base is this one file. And if somebody wants to make a change, they have to make sure nobody else changed the same text, or they might bump into each other. With fine-tuned models, your team can all work on different training examples, which is this layer that then feeds into the fine-tuned model. So you're not going to run into each other as much, and you can actually add functionality or handle edge cases simply by adding or modifying different examples. So the main point of all this is if you can get equal or better output, why wouldn't you fine-tune a model? And the answer is probably just that fine-tuning looks really hard. It looks like a dev job. All the guides and tutorials online talk about spinning up GPU servers for training and inference, formatting training data with ad hoc Python scripts, configuring parameters and making API calls. It looks like a lot of work. It looks like you need a developer to do that. And what I've spent the last 10 months working on at Entry Point is answering the question, why can't all of that be automated with a convenient user interface? And it turns out that is totally possible. And it changes the game. Because if you don't need developers to do your fine-tuning, well, then you can start with prompt engineering. You can create a prototype and validate the concept. Then you can create this really awesome, optimized, fine-tuned model. You can evaluate it to make sure it actually performs equal to or better than your prompt engineered version. And you can build the data set using prompt engineering tools as well. Then you move your model into production, and you can capture feedback and log examples and take those examples and feed the best ones or the most useful ones back into your fine-tuning data set. So it becomes this process of continuous improvement. And where we need the developers is moving that model into production. And it opens up a huge opportunity for other people to be prompt engineers and fine-tuning experts and do all of that without writing a single line of code. And the bar is lower than most people think to fine-tune a model. Like we talked about earlier, as an extension to few-shot learning, if you can get 20 examples of what you want a fine-tune model to do, you can fine-tune a model. And Entry Point offers the modern tooling to make this easy. Let's dive into a demo and see what Entry Point can actually do and how it can help you become a fine-tuning master. So here I am in Entry Point, and I have this press release writer project. Let me show you around and show you how it works. When you import a CSV into Entry Point, it creates a field for each column. And you can name these, give them this reference, specify whether they belong in the prompt or completion. And we have this flowchart view that shows you what your inputs are and then what your outputs are. But there's also formatting that goes around that. For example, do you want to label some of these things in your prompt and completion? Well, we have templates for that. So here's a ChatGPT 3.5 Turbo chat template, which has the input. And I use this field for the facts. So if I want to include my facts right here, I just insert it and I have a label for the facts. Because with a small data set, labels can help semantically inform the model of what it's looking at. With the output, we just have the press release. And then there's this third part, which is the system prompt. And if you've already used ChatGPT a lot through the web interface, you're probably familiar with this because you can insert some custom things into the system prompt or your user preferences that will steer the model in the direction you want every time you're conversing with it. And it's very much the same here. But what it effectively does is allows us to use instructions with our fine-tuning data set. It's basically a hybrid between fine-tuning and prompt engineering, where we have a small fine-tuning data set. Here I only have 20 examples of press releases for this press release writer project. So I decided to include some instructions in the system prompt. In particular, I was getting some outputs where it would switch into first-person perspective, and I know for press releases that you use third-person. So as a quick fix, instead of adding more training examples or going through my whole data set, I just adjusted the system prompt. You may be familiar with this syntax, actually, these double curly brackets. If you've ever written a marketing email and tried to insert somebody's first name or last name into it, you know that these are basically used for templates, and they allow you to inject specific information into your template. It's called the handlebars templating language. So it's a very useful way to both have structured data instead of blobs of text, and then also format it in the way you want for your prompt and completion and try different things and see what works best. After we have our fields and our templates, we can look at our examples. So the examples are when you take the actual data and put it into your template. I actually got these press releases by going online, Googling best press releases, and then finding ones that looked good. However, the problem was that these best press releases didn't have any type of input data associated with them. So what I did is I took the final press releases and then I pasted them into ChatGPT along with a prompt asking for it to create a list of facts from that press release that would be required for a professional writer to actually produce it. So then my list of facts look like this. I have one on each line. So there's a line break between them just to separate them and keep it nice and organized. We have token counts, so you make sure you stay within the context window. And just to reiterate, we only have 20 examples of these press releases. It took me about an hour to produce this data set, which, to get a working model that's going to automate press releases for me forever into the future, is kind of cool. If I want to add examples, I can import more from a CSV, or I can manually add them just like this. EntryPoint also has a tool to help you generate examples, so you don't have to write all of these manually. Once you have a few, you can go into our data synthesis tool and you can start generating examples using AI. So here's one that I just generated. It has a list of facts and a press release completion. I can go ahead and add that to my data set if I want, or I can clear it. I can go into my settings. I can actually tweak a bunch of settings, choose what model I want to use with this. Here I need one that has a larger context window because I'm working with kind of long form content. And I can use the alignment text field to actually specify what topic I want the press releases to be on, or any kind of way that I want to steer the examples. But if I just hit start, it's going to take a little bit and it's going to start working on examples for me. All right, here we've synthesized an example and we can see that there are some made up facts and it looks like a press release. I'd have to, of course, read through this to actually decide if it was high enough quality to add to my training data set. But that's still so much faster than having to write examples from scratch. Once I have an example data set, then I can go into my fine tunes. I can start a new one just by pressing the add button. I can select my model. We count your tokens and estimate your cost for you. This is going to be a whole $1. So hold on tight. And then there's other parameters you can define, or you can just leave them alone. I find that the default ones work pretty well. And then you press start. I also have some models that have already been tuned. So let's go into one here. I can see exactly what template it was trained on. And then I can go into the EntryPoint playground here. So for my demo, I have a list of facts that I pretty much scraped from the Prompt Engineering Rocks website. And we're going to generate a press release on the Prompt Engineering Conference. So down here, I can select my model. And I can choose the temperature and other important parameters, press Get Completion. All right, so it wrote a press release here. It took my list of facts and it turned it into the formatting that you would expect for a press release. Looks cool. I've actually found a really fun workflow for doing this kind of long-form content generation using fine-tuned models, where I input the list of facts and then I read the press release. Or let's be honest, I skim it. And then I get ideas from it, like quotes that I could add, for example, or if I want to get real contact information at the bottom. And I put that back into my list of facts, and then I generate it again. So it becomes this iterative process of generating content that is much faster than trying to just sit down and write it myself, especially if I don't know how to write a press release. We can also get really crazy and increase the temperature and see if it gets more creative. Temperature is a setting that affects the probability of it selecting different tokens. If you set temperature to 0, then the model is always going to select the most likely token. It actually makes it completely deterministic. So if you've heard large language models aren't deterministic, that's not entirely true. If temperature is 0 when you're doing inference, it's deterministic. If you set temperature to higher, then it's going to be selecting tokens that are not the most likely token, which can have this effect of making it seem more creative. And that's typically what it's used for, is more creative, more diverse types of outputs, but it also makes it less predictable. Definitely a really useful setting to play around with when you have a fine-tuned model. In this case, it made it a lot longer. So that's a really quick overview of Entry Point. I want to make it really easy for anybody to create custom AI models without code. We have a free forever plan where you get 50 free training examples, so you can get in, you can play around, you can see how it works, and you can start fine-tuning right now, within minutes if you want to. Thanks so much for watching this video. It was awesome to get to talk to you today, and I look forward to your questions. Cheers.
Thanks so much for that that presentation, Mark. It looks like you're really onto something there with Entry Point, but all of those examples apply to a multitude of different ways you can fine tune models. But that definitely seems very, very approachable. And for someone that does develop and code, I would much rather do the no code method most of the time, as opposed to sometimes struggling. So we're going to keep the party going as we do here at the conference, and I'm excited to introduce Anastasia Podrabinek. She's the Wix.com product manager for data science and AI tools. 10 years of experience working on various applications across many startups and enterprise. And she's going to be presenting a super relevant topic about prompt engineering projects and the research and development lifecycle in enterprise applications. I often say that it's very easy to get to an 80% solution with a lot of generative AI applications, but to get that truly refined enterprise concept out the door, product delivered, there still needs that deep collaborative human element. So she's going to be presenting a wonderful discussion and presentation about these very topics. So I'm going to turn it over to Anastasia.
Joining the session today. I'm going to talk about the prompt engineering projects and the way they affect R&D process on team and company level, but first let me start with a few words about myself. My name is Anastasia Podrabinek. I'm a product manager at Wix.com, and in the last 5 years I was managing the development of data science and AI tools in Wix. This role gave me the opportunity to see how various data science related projects develop across company in different teams and under different conditions. And in the last year I was focused more on generative AI features. We developed a tool set for teams in Wix to work efficiently on prompt engineering projects. And today I want to share a few insights that we gathered along the way and talk about some common struggles and possible solutions to them. First, we will talk a bit about challenges that R&D teams face in big companies when they implement generative AI features, and then we'll talk about implications that prompt engineering process has on team structure in the process, and in the end we'll talk about meeting requirements and assessing risks in prompt engineering. So let's get started. The prompt engineering in big companies is as complex as any project in big companies, but with some overhead. Even assuming there is no miscommunication and all teams and management are aligned on their goals, development with Gen AI can become a headache for all sides. So let's look into it. I need to say that the prompt engineering in big companies is as complex as any project in big companies, but it has some additional overhead. Even if we assume that there is no miscommunication and all teams and management are aligned with their goals, development with Gen AI can become a headache for all sides. Let's look how it can happen. We start with a simple and right idea. Let's develop a Gen AI feature. Let's say we want to take some input from user inputs a topic, we produce an email. The email will have a subject, a email body and signature, and the email which will of course match the topic of the user. We can come up with some ideas of how to personalize it more, but we start clear and simple. Then we need to answer some questions about our project. How we're going to develop it really fast, because we want to be first in the market, or we want to be in pace with the competitors that are trying to implement the same feature in the same time. And we understand that this feature is not something that big, and it can take some smaller companies just a day or two to go to production, and we will need a few weeks to address all our potential concerns. Then we need to estimate the budget. We need to make sure it's more or less precise, and it can be problematic, especially if we didn't start the prompt engineering and we are not sure how long our instruction will be, if we will need to do a few calls to generate the final output. It can become complicated and our estimation can be way off. Then we need to understand how we're addressing the risks that exist in every big company. We need to deal with legal and reputational and security concerns. We need to make sure that our users' data stays safe, that we don't produce any harmful content or any potentially misleading information, anything that can harm us in all these areas. Additionally, we need to estimate somehow the effort that is going to go into prompt engineering. And here is one of the biggest traps of prompt engineering. Sometimes the gap between the successful POC of a prompt and the production-ready prompt is so huge and so hard to evaluate from the beginning. It is very easy to create a simple prompt that will take a topic and produce an email out of it. I believe everyone can write it in 3 minutes and get a decent result. But it is so far from a prompt that produces consistently good emails, no matter what the user input is. And this is what we are trying to achieve, and it can be really, really difficult. And then we need to know which model and which vendor we are going to choose, how we are going to decide which model is the best for our use case, how we are going to switch to new vendors if they appear, how we're going to react on the new model releases, are we going to go with each new version of a new model. All these questions require some answer, and usually this answer should be company-wide decision, which is sometimes hard to make, especially if none in the company is a dedicated specialist that studies large language models and knows answers to these questions. And sometimes only in the end of all this conversation we arrive to the actually main question: what is the value of the feature that we create, and how are we going to measure our users' interaction with this feature, how we're going to measure the impact of this feature on our product, how we're going to evaluate if what we did was right and that this feature actually adds something to our product and to our users. All this uncertainty can pull teams apart and make it especially difficult to plan the feature. While dev teams are required to make a lot of decisions in the dark, the management needs to make sure that the company is reaching the business goals. So what can be done on the company level to make things easier and align multiple teams on the best ways to approach such projects?
First, it's always great to know the why, and especially why you're developing an AI feature. Does it add value to your clients? Does it add to the user flow? How can we measure the actual impact and success of the feature? Knowing answers to these questions help to set the right scope and be reasonable about timing and budget. Sometimes we just want to be innovative and get some good publicity, but for features that don't have clear user value, it's nearly impossible to justify the investment of effort and money. All the other points I'm going to make now will repeat themselves during the presentation, so this is how you know they're the main points. First, all the knowledge and practices that can be generalized should be generalized to company-wide guidelines. It goes for all aspects of risk assessment, legal, budget planning, maybe some end-to-end integration techniques. And second, all the prompt engineering knowledge that you accumulate is essential to share. Especially now when the prompt engineering is a relatively new area, you can see how the knowledge, ideas, and techniques that you accumulate as a company knowledge becomes your main secret weapon in running for the first place in the market and being the first to implement all the features that all your competitors are working on at the same time. But let's talk a bit about specifics. Where exactly does prompt engineering stand in the process? We are all familiar with the usual R&D cycle, where we have few common steps. We start with product and design, which usually includes defining the whole flow of the feature, maybe writing some technical specs, building some mock-ups, depends on the product. Then we send it to the development, and in the development we have a few iterations with quality assurance. Then the product goes to production, and hopefully after it we are able to collect some analytics, some user data to analyze. Maybe we have some actual user feedback, which then we can take again into the product phase if we need, and think about the adjustments of the flow or add some additional features to the existing flows. And of course, you can imagine that this flow can be very different and depend on your product, and can also change in different circumstances. You can add different phases to it or subtract the phases to it. As you all are familiar with that sort of
making things shorter, but we're not talking about it. Let's try to think where does the prompt engineering step go. We could imagine that the prompt engineering is just another brick in this flow that we can put somewhere around the development phase, maybe in parallel with development, and try to connect it to the final product. But as we can see, when we start to analyze it, it actually affects every phase of our product cycle. In the beginning, when we are working on product design, we already have to be aware of prompt engineering and maybe do some proof of concept or some test prompts to understand that what we are trying to build is even feasible, or we know what are the potential things that we need to solve in the user flow in order to write and use the correct prompt. Then we'll have to work with prompt engineering on development stage. Probably we'll need to validate a few versions of prompts, try to understand which prompts perform better, try to experiment with different flows. For example, having a few prompts triggered in chain, using functions. If we are building some agent infrastructure, it can become very complex. So it can actually get as complex as you wish. Then we'll have a quality assurance step that will need to take into account the prompt engineering and different ways to validate prompts and to assess them from different perspectives. We'll talk a bit about it later. And once we are in production trying to collect some analytics, it's important for us to understand not only how users behave, but also how prompt performs. Ideally, you could collect some inputs and some outputs, and also try to understand if the output was good or bad from user's perspective. For example, your flow can include something that allows user to accept the output of the prompt or discard it, so you can know whether the output was good or bad, and then you can use it in your analytics and try to improve prompt using the knowledge that you have about unsuccessful inputs and outputs. For example, you can imagine that the user is generating some creative text and then decides if to use it in their email or in whatever they are building. We can have there a button like use this text or try again, and if the user clicked try again, probably it means that the first result wasn't good enough for this user. We can take this result and try to analyze it and understand why it didn't fit, and then maybe we'll be able to improve the prompt. So how can we add prompt engineering to our flow? First, accept that it's not a step on the way, it's a flavor of a project, because it will affect all stages of the project and shift a bit every step, change a bit the scope of each step, and also change the scope of each team member. You'll need to understand how exactly it will affect the team role specifically in your teams. Who is going to define which prompts should be developed and what are the requirements to the prompts? Who is going to work on prompt engineering and evaluation? Who will analyze the performance in production? Who is the person responsible for understanding how you're going to analyze the performance of the prompt? This is the task that is not that trivial, and you really need to think in advance on how you're going to evaluate the performance in production. Now let's try to address the next big question. Who is actually going to work on prompt engineering in your team? Most likely, most teams don't have a person dedicated for prompt engineering just yet. We can see eventually that this role might appear in some teams, but for now, usually it's a responsibility that is taken by one of the team members or spread across the team. Let's see how it can happen in each team specifically. So here you have a team which consists of 4 main characters, which is a product manager, developer, QA engineer, and a content writer. These roles are very vague, and of course in different teams they might have a bit different definitions, but we'll try to look at them from the perspective of their strong and weaker sides and see how they can contribute to prompt engineering. On the one hand, we have a product manager who can actually affect the feature itself and can do some adjusting not only of the prompt but also of the definition of success, which can be useful in some cases, especially when the project hits the wall. Also, we have a developer who is very strong technically and usually eager to try different prompt engineering techniques, is good in finding very complex solutions, can build some architectures that are not available for less technical people. And then we have a QA engineer that can come up with all sorts of tricky use cases to try and can figure out how to break the prompt that was carefully built by the product manager and developer before. And then we have a creative professional like content writer or marketing professional, someone who is really good with words and can assess the quality of the model output in a ways that more technical people usually don't see. You can also rely on this person in prompt engineering in some ways. From my experience, we often see that people that work with text writing are usually also good in writing tasks for Gen AI models because they know how to word their requirements in a good and understandable way. So they can have amazing insights on the prompt engineering itself. So what does it all mean? Can we find a person that can take all the responsibility for prompt engineering? Probably not. We probably will need to share this responsibility among a few people and make sure that we have different steps of prompt engineering. And as we mentioned before, when we were talking about process and understood that the process with the prompt engineering is spread through different steps of R&D cycle, we'll need to make sure that in the steps of the process, different people are working on prompt and trying to define it, approve it, evaluate it, and make sure it works well end to end. Let's look at the stages of prompt engineering. We'll start with analyzing the requirements, and the most important part here is to convert the requirements that you have for the feature in general to the requirements that you have for prompt input and the ideal output. It can be something that the product manager usually can define. It's good to have additional pair of eyes on it, and I suggest taking help from a quality assurance engineer or from developer to make sure all requirements are aligned and that you're also assessing some potential edge cases. In the next step, it's important to create test set and define evaluation criteria. What is a test set? If we return to the example with email generation, the test set will be the list of possible inputs that come from the user, means the topics for emails that the user create, other potential test set for the prompt that takes the topic as an input and produces the email as an output. Usually, quality assurance engineer will be a good person to come up with all sorts of possible inputs and also take into account some positive scenarios, some unpredicted cases, some potentially harmful inputs, and so on. Also, it's good to have content writer on this step to try to come up with some creative ideas for the text, and also they can work together to try and understand the evaluation criteria. Evaluation criteria is something that is derived from requirements and also from general understanding of what the output text should be. You can evaluate if the text is good by its content, by its style, if the format is right, and so on. We will talk about it in the next chapter. And the next step is creating actually the prompt version, the prompt engineering itself. Here you can, first of all, I suggest that different people in your team will try to build their prompt. I think it can be an interesting experience for a person in every role in your team. But usually it makes sense to have here at least some technical owner and someone who is good with content writing, and try to make these people collaborate and build one or few versions of the prompt that you want to try. And then try this prompt with the test set that you created on the previous step. After you generated lots of results, you will need to go over them and evaluate.
Again, sometimes the evaluation criteria are rather technical and they can be at least partially automated or can be checked by the developer themselves. But sometimes, especially if it's a creative text, you will need a subjective manual evaluation by a content writer or other language specialist and the quality assurance engineer. To sum all this up, it's important to say that we need to include different team members in the process and make sure that we include everyone, including non-technical people, because they can bring a lot to the table and they can have a lot of creative overview and a lot of value when looking at the prompt outputs. We need to make sure that we split our prompt engineering process into parts and don't dump it as one big step on our flow, and that we split small steps in prompt engineering between different team members and assign ownership for each step separately. It's also good to have 2 pairs of eyes in each step and make sure that different things are evaluated both from technical and from the language perspective. And of course, as I mentioned before, it's still important to share the work and the knowledge and make sure that you give access to prompt engineering to all your team members and allow them to experiment and evolve. After we discussed the process of prompt engineering and the team structure for prompt engineering, it's time to talk about requirements and risks a bit more, and also dive a bit deeper into evaluation and deciding whether the product is ready for production. Let's return for a second to our iterative process and prompt engineering slide. We started here with saying we need to analyze requirements first and understand what's going to be prompt input and output. If we go into detail here, we want to make sure that we are building a prompt that takes just the right amount of information to bring user value. It means that we don't want to bring into the prompt everything that we know about the user, but we also want to make sure that we give in all the information that is needed to produce a meaningful output. Then it's time to formalize our requirements and structure them a bit better. On the one hand, we have very formal and strict requirements. For example, we have length requirement. What does it mean? If we are trying to get an output, which is an email, it will probably mean that the subject will be one-liner, it probably will be one short sentence, and then there will be 1, 2, 3 paragraphs of body, and then there will be some structured signature after the email. It brings us to the next requirement, which is the format. The format should allow us to easily parse the output. It should be also very consistent, so you can be sure that every time model outputs an email, you know where is the subject and where is the body and where is the signature. The format consistency can become a big struggle when you're trying to output complex formats and trying to accomplish many tasks within one prompt. And then there can be some technical language requirements if you're trying to output content in specific language or manipulate languages that you're using. If you're trying to generate code or do such tasks, you might have a very specific language requirements, and then you might need to verify the factual correctness of output. Why do I say that it's not something mandatory? It really depends on your use case. Sometimes you allow model to go wild with creativity and it's something that is actually desirable for the output, but sometimes it's really important to make sure that the model will not output anything that can be even potentially misleading or incorrect or outdated, especially when it's something that is supposed to help users within your system. If you're building some support chatbot or something like that, something that retrieves information about your company and helps your clients, you really want it to be very up to date with all the correct information and not leak into the answers anything that is not curated by your company. And then you have a whole bunch of user experience and style requirements that touch more of the creativity part of the output. Sometimes when you are trying to create something more creative for users, for example, outputting some text, maybe, as I said, email, or maybe it's a greeting card, so poem, I don't know, anything like that, you might want to generate multiple outputs for the same input and allow user to select from some options, and in this case you will need the results to be really different, but they still need to maintain the structure, the format that you defined on the previous step. So it can be really challenging to make the model creative but still stick to some predefined format. It's something that you will have to figure out with your prompt engineering or other techniques. Then you'll need to make sure that the tone of voice matches what you expect. It's not necessarily some pre-existing tone of voice, like let's say official or funny or casual or whatever. It can be also tone of voice very specific for your company, some terminology that you prefer to use, some words that you're trying to avoid, some certain way of addressing your client can be very important for your company, especially if you're building different tools to interact with your product. You probably want all these tools to be aligned in the way they talk to the clients, and it can be become a very very serious and also very expensive requirement, and it might require a lot of prompt engineering. And then you have general creativity. Sometimes you might notice that the answers become somewhat repetitive. You start noticing certain patterns of the outputs. I think it's something that we will see more and more. But in general, there are different ways to make sure that model doesn't pick the first most probable answer and goes a bit beyond, but it's also something that you want to keep track of and evaluate. And then you have a few risks that you want to address. I put them in 3 groups, but of course there can be some more specific things, and in each of these groups you will find actually much more concerns that I pointed out here. But just to give some overview, there are security concerns that sometimes are technical and sometimes are model related, when you have some scenarios to abuse the whole system and repurpose the prompt for something else. There are prompt injections. There are different ways to actually get the initial raw prompt that you have and actually steal it. There are reputational concerns which I briefly mentioned before, when we can see that the model can output some information that doesn't help us in a reputational sense. It can be misleading information about our company. It might be some information about our competitors. It can be even talking about something potentially controversial that we don't want to highlight as a part of our service. And additionally, it's all sorts of legal concerns that largely intersect with reputational and security concerns. We need to make sure that we're treating the data of our users really carefully, that we are still GDPR compliant no matter what we do. It might mean that we need to prevent sending the user data to some third-party LLM models. It might mean that we need to review all the inputs and outputs for all sorts of sensitive data or harmful content or misleading information. All these things usually are very common for all the projects that you have across company. So legal, security, and reputational guidelines are generally something that you can share between teams, and probably some team can come up with this recommendation and just spread them to other teams. But in the end, what should happen is that after assessing all the requirements and all the risk, you should come up with an evaluation criteria list. Evaluation criteria will be just something like a checklist of the things that you want to validate for each output for each prompt version. As you see here, we start with some formal requirements for the length and format of the text and factual correctness, and then we move to creativity and style, and then we start addressing risk, for example, checking if the generated content was harmful, and we can add all the validations for assessing different risks. If you have a test set, as I mentioned before, a set of potential user inputs, you have a test set big enough and diverse enough that includes all sorts of possible inputs that can lead to generating misleading or harmful content or doing something unexpected. You will be able to
validate how often something happens that shouldn't happen, and you might think how you're going to mitigate it. Sometimes you will add some additional validation on top just to filter the harmful outputs. Sometimes you would prefer to change your prompt to make sure that you avoid the situations whatsoever. It very depends on the specific use case. And after you created a version of prompt that generates the outputs that passed most of your checks, and you know how you're going to deal with all the things that don't pass your checks, then you're good to go. Also, good thing to keep in mind is that there is certain percentage of failure that is implied. Models are unpredictable in sometimes often unpredictable, but sometimes the failures are very significant, and you need to understand what is the percentage of failure that you're going to live with and what you're going to do about these failures. Sometimes it's enough just to show an error message to users. Sometimes you can retry in the background. Sometimes you can just not show anything, and it will also redirect user to some alternative rule-based flow that is much more reliable but maybe not as exciting. And after that, you can say that you have some robust solution that works 97% of cases, and in 3% of cases you're doing something else. It's also okay, and it should be a way to go. So with all that said, still, can we ever be ready for production? Yes, if you invest in preparing a good test set and you really think about the evaluation criteria that you're going to apply to each of the outputs, that you are really going to test each prompt version. And when saying test each prompt version, I mean testing every change also in the settings of the prompt, because the same prompt with a temperature 0.5 and temperature 1 are two different prompts with totally different outputs and totally different expectations. Then it's important to plan fallbacks. No matter what, the model will fail sometimes, and you need to know what's going to happen to user once it fails. Then, last but not least, it's important always to keep in mind how you're going to measure how users actually use your feature. If they like the outputs, if you know why they don't like the outputs, if you have a way to improve based on the feedback from the users, if you know how to estimate if the feature improves something for the general flow in your product. These are all things that you need to know how to answer in order to be ready for production and to say that your feature is a part of your product right now and you have AI in your product finally. Thank you. That's it for my session, and now it's time for the questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Anastasia. That was a great, insightful presentation. Really deep into a lot of different enterprise applications, how prompt engineering is evolving in these business use cases. And we're excited to ask you a couple questions here at the Q&A momentarily. I mean, I imagine, Dan, a lot of that probably resonated with just some of the work you do over at Prompt Hub and what you're trying to create over there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Anastasia laid out a lot of really good best practices, because it's one thing to be using prompt engineering on your, in ChatGPT or locally, but once you go to production, handling those edge cases, you need to be really doing a lot of testing and also have fallbacks in place. So I thought that was extremely dense with knowledge. And so thanks again, Anastasia. That was awesome.
No, I really appreciate that. And again, for folks that are asking, all these presentations will be posted after the conference. I know I'm going to be referring back to a couple just to extrapolate some more little morsels of knowledge and goodness that is being bestowed upon us. So with that, let's keep the party going. We have a great talk from Si-Wen and Xiaohong Wang. They are each data science and engineers at Integra Credit and Google. And they've developed a novel kind of prompt engineering approach to help it kind of function as a product manager. They're going to be presenting a method for parsing through using natural language to categorize a bunch of unstructured data, like, customer service inquiries, like consumer surveys, product reviews, and using those to evaluate things like risk and urgency, extracting those vital metrics from it. I'm really excited about this because they're also going to be showcasing this AI-powered assistant that they've built on this methodology. So I'm really, really excited to see how this might be applied and deployed. So I'm going to turn it over to our final presenter in the second phase here.
Hi, I will be presenting the topics about how we prompt engineering as a product manager. Product manager is one of the most crucial occupations that decides the success or failure of a product in all types of companies, big tech firms, financial industry, or startups. As a product manager, you will be required to have a solid maneuverability of massive data and information available to you, and then make decision on the next step of development or task for this project. With prompt engineering available in 2023, we can see so many potentials the prompt can assist product manager to do their job in a more efficient way. As a product manager, the most painful point that often found in big tech company is to aggregate multiple tickets or articles in addition to customer fields such as start date and end date, and compile the information to better plan for the sprints. It is extremely time-consuming to go through all the resources and provide product status estimate. Sometimes there are even statistical outliers caused by engineers who provide incomplete information. This skews the judgment of the project, which leads to a delay in making the product decision. Three aspects we're looking at. One, we try to use prompt engineering to give us the update as a product manager. We want to have seen the current progress of the project. We want to have a brief insight on what are the weaknesses, issues of the current projects, so we can coordinate developer resources to resolve it while doing development. Last but not least, we want to leverage the overall information to decide if we are able to minimize the risk of the current project. There are a few machine learning resources that have been evaluated recently, such as OpenAI, ChatGPT, Google Palm API, and Vertex AI. After comparing different versions of prompts that differ by context, attitude, and order of commands, we were able to finalize a script that provides the most accurate result on the given source ticket data based on human data verification. Below are the prompts we have finally used to optimize the simulation of a product manager and provide the best judgment. In our approach utilizing prompt engineering, we employ a three-step process. First, data aggregation. We aggregate all ticket data, including commands, IDs, types, and timelines. This results in a large dataset, which we can then curate to create a secondary analytical dataset with reduced size. This reduction in dataset size not only improves latency for users, but also allows for more efficient statistical analysis. Second, prompt testing. We employ various prompts in our language model and validate their accuracy. Statistical analysis plays a pivotal role in determining which prompts yield the most reliable results. Finally, result analysis. We export results into a table format to conduct business analysis, This includes statistical assessment of prompt reliability, which helps us make data-driven decisions about the information provided. For future works to be done, with more available compute resource allocation, and queuing the cloud computing services available, we would be able to save time and come up with better prompts that not only have lower latency response, but also the ability to be a product that improves the efficiency of product managers. We should be able to also build in frameworks with user interfaces that provides language model more potential exposure to the users without coding experiences. To minimize data scrubbing efforts, we plan to implement statistical methods to identify and track data trends within our source data. This proactive approach will reduce the need for manual data cleaning and improve overall data quality. Thanks.
All right. Thank you for that brief presentation, but really, really insightful use. I think there's so many different use cases that that we can deploy these type of models and solutions for, and the ways they're going to resonate across the entire spectrum, from the solopreneurs all the way up to full enterprise company deployments. It's going to shake things up. So we're going to take this opportunity now to invite Mark and Anastasia to the stage, our presenters for our first two talks today. I think it's especially relevant that we have you guys kind of all grouped here, because it's like you're both kind of at the front lines of how this is being used in broad applications. Whereas I say I probably still find myself more in the tinkerer department, the experimenter department, just trying to find cool and interesting use cases and tell people about it. So again, thank you both for being here and your presentations today. I think I'd like to start with Mark, but Anastasia, feel free to jump in on some of these, because there's so much overlap that I think people were asking in the questions that we'd love to hear from both your perspectives. So I think you each have an interesting kind of take and perspective on prompt engineering versus fine tuning, where the kind of line is. Mark, I'll start with you, obviously, because it's the whole kind of point of your talk. What do you find? What are the best use cases for just a really solid prompt versus maybe, hey, this is a case where it's better to start thinking about we should train a model?
Well, I think that in a year or two, every production model, it's going to be part of the best practices to do a fine tune. It helps with the prompt injection issues. It improves predictability. It can decrease your failure rate. And I loved your talk, by the way, Anastasia. I was taking notes. It was great. But right now, I think because ChatGPT blew everyone's minds and we're all focused on exploring the breadth of capabilities there, that there's not a reason necessarily to be optimizing yet, because we can just do so much with a prompt. But I definitely see it as a really cool, I see prompt engineering as a really cool validation and prototyping stage, and then also something that's becoming part of the fine-tune model themselves, since a lot of fine-tune models are being trained on instruction-tuned foundation models, and you can combine the two. So it's an interesting hybrid.
No, definitely. And maybe I'll kind of add on to this question and pitch it to Anastasia. Some of the ways a lot of these things, the interaction, the way we interface with these LLMs is via a chatbot. In many cases, even if it's just a chatbot that is designed to do press releases for us. So we'd love to hear, specifically from your perspective to begin with. Again, focus on the prompt, focus on the fine tune, but is it better to create that persona chatbot with one or the other in your experience?
Do you mean the fine tuning or prompt engineering?
Yeah. Yeah.
As a product manager, I'm mastering the art of saying no. So when someone asks whether I should fine tune, I prefer to say no, because it immediately creates so many questions about how we're going to actually test the fine tuned model. And it just opens a new whole realm of challenges. So we prefer to solve with prompt engineering and information retrieval and context retrieval, everything that we can. And then we resort to fine-tuning if it's absolutely necessary. Still, the persona chatbot seems like a very complex and multi-level thing, and I think eventually we might end up creating some dedicated models for that. But I think prompt engineering is also good for POCing things, for creating the first version, making sure that it makes sense, and then, okay, I understand that I need a crazy few shots prompt to create something, and at some point I need to stop myself and say, okay, it's not few shots anymore, I'm fine-tuning and I'm going for this. But it's a research process. I need to arrive to fine-tuning. It's not something I will start with.
No, that makes complete sense. I mean, I'm sure, Mark, I'd love to give you a chance because you may have some very unique perspective on that. Anastasia, you more convinced that fine tuning is a better prospect here after the way Mark pitched it to us at all?
Slightly.
That's a win, I think. I think that's you definitely simplified it. And one of the things that I was really surprised by is the amount of interactions or data points you need just at a baseline to even start fine tuning and getting a really, really strong result. I would speculate from a data science background, you probably need 100, you need 250, something like that. But to see, hey, we're just going to hit it with 20 and it's going to get us 90% of the way there, especially with regards to the cost savings, is pretty tremendous. Yeah, so I think just on the topic of data, data quality is so important, I imagine, when you're doing a fine tune in any capacity, especially when you're only using maybe only 20 examples to do so. What steps do you recommend, or what does maybe Entry Point do in advance to prepare data for fine tuning, so it can be a no code process?
Yeah, absolutely. So one thing you can do also if you are using an engineered prompt in production is start logging those results. And you've got your data set right there. So that's one pathway if you're already that far along. But starting from the beginning, if you can start with a handful of really high quality examples, you can use large language models to help you augment your data set. We built a tool for this called data synthesis, but it's essentially just using a prompt. So still love prompt engineering to generate examples that are like different or similar to your existing examples to try to diversify or like steer your data set to cover different edge cases or different categories of types of input. So the large language models themselves can be really, really helpful in building your fine-tuning data set.
Yeah, I have to imagine that the iterations are almost just as important as the results. The journey is almost even more important when you're fine tuning. I want to shift back to the kind of enterprise realm and hope, Anastasia, you could maybe give us some perspective. I mean, there's a lot of talk, and you see headlines like, prompt engineers are going to get $350,000 a year, but even people who are in this field that are maybe even trying to aspire or pursue jobs where they're going to be the AI whisperer or prompt engineer at a company. Where do you kind of see prompt engineering kind of currently living within an enterprise? Like what the tasks and duties of a prompt engineer, aside from just knowing how to talk to AI?
Good question. For now, I see it more as a skill rather than a separate role. So, for example, I work at Wix, and in Wix we have lots of content writers, people that are professionals with words. And this is another skill that they are mastering now, how to talk to large language models. And they have a very good base for it. It's also something that requires a skill set below it. You need either be very good with data or very good with words. And now we are trying to see where the places where prompt engineering fits as a skill, and we find that it might be relevant for content writers, for data labelers, and data analysts. So they can experiment with data. For example, I think it's a topic for a separate talk, but we did a lot of experimentation with data labeling with prompt engineering. And we thought how we can transform the role of the data labeler into the role of a prompt engineer and data labeler. And it actually was an amazing experience for the whole team. And I think what we will see is not a creation of a new role, but transformation of old ones.
Yeah, and that makes complete sense. And I have to imagine there's now this new paradigm that has emerged, because you have these models and these databases and these tools and workflows being created by probably folks traditionally on the software engineering side, but then to validate the results, they need to engage with those people who are content creators primarily, or expert writers and things like that. How have you seen, or what do you kind of see as the best kind of mix in this new paradigm, where the software developers, the engineers, using natural language processing based, tools and solutions, and building these models, can, refine and get the interface and bring the linguists and the copywriters and these type of folks into the building kind of equation?
So yeah, this is something that I try to approach in my talk, but of course it's a bit bigger than just a small presentation. I think it's a collaboration, and I think it's a conversation that we used to have about quality assurance, for example, that the quality assurance engineer should be there from the stage of designing a product and come up with all the cases and everything. And now we can say the same things about prompt engineer, about the person who will be responsible for the quality of the outputs. We say that this person should be involved in the product design, try to understand what this prompt will take as an input, what we expect as output, what are the criteria, and then form the criteria, and then form the test set, and then so it's a chain of different stages in this flow. And in each stage, there should be someone who is involved. And I think it's a collaboration. And currently, we have a lot of teams, and they have, like, some teams are so lucky to have people of different skills, and some teams are very small. And we try to allow people to do everything, to allow everyone to be involved in it. And we see how some people actually get very interested and get very insightful, and just go for it, and they become the focal point of prompt engineering in given team. I think it's the best for now to give people freedom to experiment and give their input.
Yeah, perhaps that's their label. They're the AI agent on their team, if you will. Because that's one of the great things about prompt engineering. Everyone's perspective is valuable in terms of how they look at a problem and what they can bring to the table and put in a prompt. And I'm so glad you brought up, prompts and tool chains and that kind of QA flow. We had a great question from Kevin Cole about this. I'm going to pitch it back over to Mark, but feel free to jump in and talk about some of the things that you're doing at Wix, Anastasia. How are developers systematically evaluating prompts, models, and tool chains? Dan, feel free to jump in too, because this is definitely your department.
Well, actually, Dan and I just came out of the AI Engineer Summit, and there was a lot of talk about this and how to do evaluations. It's definitely a work in progress. With like classifiers, where it's just a very simple type of output, there can usually be like a true answer, and you can just match and say, like, is it outputting like what I expect? But you have to have the input output pairs to be able to do any kind of comparison. There's also human review, which is kind of the gold standard right now until there's better tools. And there's quite a bit of optimism around having large language models with the proper prompts actually evaluate your validation data set too. But it all comes down to having an evaluation data set. So Essentially, you need to know like what you're expecting, just like Anastasia is saying about defining that early in the process of like what your quality of output needs to look like.
Yeah, and that I think is why you need those experts in those areas to feed that to provide that insight. Anastasia, any perspective you'd like to kind of add to this question, given that this is exactly the type of thing you're using for QA type workflows?
I guess as everyone, we are still trying to define what is the perfect QA process here, but I'm actually working on some tool set for all our teams to allow them to have a very clear process of defining the prompts. Also, it's a returning to enterprise issues. We have tens of different teams working on different features, and most of them doing something like that for the first time, and we need to provide them clear guidance of how to do this evaluation, because the data science team cannot do this for everyone. Everyone needs to learn these skills and to learn this process and to have the appropriate tools to do this. And this is why we are trying to also pinpoint the places where we can automate, where we can do something like the best scenario, is when we can evaluate LLM with LLM, but it's not always the case, right? And sometimes we can actually have very simple automated tests. Sometimes we can connect custom automations, but I think the critical point is being able to actually understand the criteria. If you take one prompt and you separate it into 10 criteria that you're interested in, and then you can kind of separate the manual work from automatic, and then you can simplify things more and more. But again, there should be a person in the loop, at least for now. Nothing can be done.
So I'd be remiss if I didn't let Dan chime in on this question.
Yeah, I mean, so we do a lot of this at Prompt Hub in terms of making the testing across models easier and doing it in a team setting. But I really like what Anastasia has been saying about having clear evaluations from the front that aren't just thumbs up and thumbs down, right? Like these prompts and outputs have varied aspects to them, from tone to how factual was it. So having clear evaluations from the front, I think, is really important. And I don't think there's a problem with having humans doing a big part of the evaluation in the beginning. We can use LLMs to help, I think, after. But as Anastasia said, this is partially an educational process too. And so you need to equip the people in your team with the knowledge to be able to understand these and to be able to get their hands in there with the tools and understand how inputs and outputs work with these things. And so we see a lot of people just doing human evaluations as well and getting some feedback from their users that's user driven. But until there are kind of better ways to do it, I think human evaluations get you like a really far way of the ways there. And yeah, that's what we see a lot in terms of the companies using Prompt Hub and whatnot. I'd love to kind of just throw one quick question at Anastasia as well. You have a lot of experience pushing these products through to production, and it's impossible to know that these LLMs will always follow the rules. So how do you think about guardrails and handling? You talked about fallbacks in your talk. Would love to kind of know how that actually looks a little bit more in practice for when unpredictable things happen.
I think most important is to understand where we can fall and then to plan what exactly we are going to do, and also to understand how critical it is, because in some cases when we are trying just to fill some short creative line for the user, it's great to be correct, but it's not important, let's say. And sometimes when we are trying, for example, to help user to do something to make sure that they, for example, if we're building a support agent or something that needs to really provide correct information, then it becomes critical in fallbacks. And for example, we need to first pinpoint places where the model just fails to answer, and then we need, for example, to switch person to a live person actually to answer them, or do chain of retries and make sure that user understands that we are still with them, that the program is not stuck, that nothing is broken, that we're still working on it, or default user to some default content and say that to prepare some pieces of text that user can take if we didn't manage to generate what they wanted. There are different ways to handle these fallbacks. They're super product specific. I think my main point is just we always need to be aware of these situations. When the format was not correct in the end, when the quality was off, when the information was misleading, it was hallucination or whatever, we need to list these things, plan these things, and make sure we are not failing the user in critical places.
No, absolutely. I'd love to hear, Mark, your perspective, and maybe even extend this beyond prompts. How do you ensure that the fine-tuned models play nice and are constantly refined and modeled? You mentioned the kind of loop based in feeding things back, but what are your kind of perspective and recommendation for once these things are deployed in production?
Yeah, once they're in production, I mean, good logging, also getting the user's feedback on, even if everything seemed to go really well on your end, that simple like thumbs up, thumbs down to be able to track, like, or some kind of heuristic, like, did the user then take an action using the content that could imply it was good and it was useful. This is really powerful. This is like what we're doing with RLHF, basically, and that can allow you to at least refine your prompt and identify maybe the prompts that aren't working, like if they immediately exit the page, once they get it, then you can review those as like, okay, these aren't very good, can we improve these? And you can have this data set of like, all right, these clearly help the user, let's like, in the case of fine tuning, you're adding that back into your data set. In the case of prompt engineering, you're reviewing it in some way to try to learn of like, what can we improve about our prompt? So
no, that's such an interesting perspective, and I've never even thought of it or considered it that way, but it makes total sense. Like, if someone presses the copy text button after a generation, that probably means they liked it, and that in and of itself, that UX is a valuable piece of information that can be fed back into a model for fine tuning. Wow, I'm like, of course, that's the way that would work. But that's so interesting. I'm going to bring a question forward from before, because I think it's specifically relevant to what we're talking about now, and having production versions of some of the things that we're building. I think one of the areas that I think we all know are going to get impacted the most is things like customer service, information retrieval. From each of your perspectives, like, is it going to be easier or harder to get to the human? Is it going to be completely automated? Models and agents kind of providing us the Amazon return label that we need to send our ice cube trays back. I would love to hear kind of each of your perspectives here, given that some of the things you do and some of the work that you do are enablers of some of this technology. I'll start with Mark.
I have a strong opinion. It's already very hard to talk to a human, so it's not going to get any harder. Like, you cannot go to a corporate website and find a real person until you jump through 30 hoops. So my hope is that since they already go to this great effort to segment out like your particular need as a customer, like, hopefully they can just do a better job so that I don't have to talk to a person. I do not feel that where we are at with large language models is capable of fully automating a lot of complex human tasks. These are like helpers. They can do amazing things that are very complementary to our previous tool set of being able to program rules. But they are not, I do not believe there are any autonomous agents in the world based on large language models in this very day. That could change very quickly, faster than we think. But right now I'm excited about the practical applications of these tools to make like micro interactions and medium interactions like way less painful or high friction.
Anastasia, would love to hear your perspective.
First of all, I will totally agree, but I think the important point that our desire to talk to a human comes from frustration, and it's the idea, when can I talk to a person? It's when something goes wrong, and it's probably it will be hard to get to a human in any case. Probably the agents won't be great for the few years from now, at least. But it's up to us to improve the user experience so much that they won't be that frustrated, that everyone will be just happy with the bots they had. I recently had to do some change on my flight, and I called in. They got this just very stupid bot, press 1, and you press 2. But I did everything I wanted to do. It was just perfect. It was so fast. I didn't want to talk to any real person, actually. Like, it's also a lot of stress, right?
Yeah.
So if these automated systems will be good enough, no one will want to talk to a human. Yeah, that's my take.
No, I mean, there's an interesting bit of information from the company HelloFresh with their chatbot that they've deployed, and they've had a chatbot for years, since like 2017 or 2018, and they've added more LLM type features. But they started to look at some of the second and third order effects of that. And they actually found that their employee retention improved about 22%, and their employee job satisfaction improved 18%, because their customer service agents weren't having to do these information retrieval tasks that were really, really simple. And they'd actually had a better sense of job satisfaction because they're actually helping customers with complex problems, as opposed to just answering the same question over and over again. So I'm glad that you guys offered both of those perspectives. I just want to finish today. I want to give you guys the opportunity to, hey, predict the future for us. What emerging trends are you most excited about, and what future developments do you kind of see in the near term and long term horizon that excite you? Mark, why don't you kick us off?
Of course, I'm bullish on fine tuning. I think multimodal models are also really exciting, and this idea that there can be a common mathematical vector language behind the scenes that our images, our video, our audio, our text are all using to represent meaning. And the cool things we can even do once we have that common language, or those embeddings is what they're called. There's just a lot of exciting stuff there. I also think that there's been so much excitement that maybe there's going to be a plateau, is my best guess, of like once we get past a few more exciting applications and things, it's like, oh, we're a little bit disappointed that we don't have AGI yet, 5 years from now, but at the same time, we'll be applying these models, and we'll be adding so much value to our economy, and hopefully improving job satisfaction for a lot of people. I think we're going to be at full employment for a long time. I mean, I can't predict the future. This is how I feel emotionally. I'm also a little worried about people not being able to know what's real. And I hope that the AI can also be a tool to help people properly identify what's real. So I just hope the good guys with AI in their hands win out over the bad guys with AI in their hands. And
cautious optimism is a good track to take in the generative AI revolution. Anastasia, please predict the future for us.
Yeah, I also share this concern, especially when I'm scrolling my Facebook feed and I see so much already fake generated pictures of some places in nature that for surely don't exist, but I just know where to look, and people probably don't usually. These mid-journey beautiful places. Anyway, I think our nearest future lays more in application area than in this fast development area. I think we'll find more better user experience for these things, because I think at some point everyone said, okay, let's do everything in chat, but it's impossible to have everything as a chat, right? You don't know what to say. It's uncomfortable. It's usually too many words instead of just one click. I think we will find better interactions with AI. Natural language is exciting, but not always the optimal way to do things. And I think it will take a while before the next big thing. So we'll have to be comfortable with this one first.
No, that's fine. Given the pace of change these days, there's plenty to take in. Well, Mark, Anastasia, thank you both so much for your insightful presentations, your wonderful responses to our questions and our audience's questions. We thank you again for your time and participation. Attendees, we are going to take a 10-minute coffee break and then conclude with our final 3 speakers.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Thanks,
Bye-bye.
guys. Thanks, Mark. Thanks, Emma.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, dogs, cats, robots, and everybody in between, especially you viewers of Track 2 of the world's first prompt engineering conference, I am still Wes Shields, your host, your moderator, your guide today, joined as always by the insightful, the witty, the precocious Dan from Prompt Hub here. We are about to present to you 3 new exciting speakers for the last portion of Track 2 of the world's first generative AI conference. So without further ado, as we say, let's keep the party going. So we're going to be introducing here, folks, Mr. Daniel Kokot. He's an API expert and senior solutions architect on the CodeCentric team. He's spent years developing API experience and operations, and is a frequent conference speaker, and is going to be presenting to us leveraging prompt engineering for effective OpenAI descriptions of APIs. So folks who are hosting prompts as service, are using multiple connections to language models. I know you're going to find this insightful and some of the cutting edge techniques that he's going to present to you. So without further ado, let's hear from Dan.
Prompt engineering for effective open API descriptions of APIs. So a very long title actually. Just talking about what you can do by using prompt engineering to create effective open API descriptions, whatever that means actually. So we will have a look at it in, I think, nearly 30 minutes to go or 25 minutes to go. So really have a look at the stuff you would like to see. So my name is Daniel Kokot. I'm working for CodeCentric in Germany, and I'm the head of API experience and operations. So we're doing a lot of consultancy work with our customers. And I'm also voluntary and async API ambassador. So I'm focusing on really bringing up this async API definition to another level and talking about it also when I'm not talking about open API stuff and other stuff actually. So going into the our daily work actually, when we really think with customers about APIs, we really think about them actually, to be honest. And we always talk about life cycles all the time. So we're really focusing on doing things automatically, programmatically. So we really want to spend not so much time in doing things in the field. Maybe at the beginning we start to think about, we have to do this, we have to do that. But then in the next step, really focus on automation in that field. So really our point of view is really to look at the stuff, thinking about that, and really think about how can we automate this stuff, or how can we bring maybe AI into the field actually, to really think about stuff from a different direction and maybe focus on other things then and doing the groundwork with automation and AI in the context actually. So, and when we have life cycles like these, it's always about that we have a consumer need at first. So really somebody is looking for something, is doing discovery within the organization. Hopefully the organization has a portal, a marketplace or whatever to really make sure that consumers can discover things. And maybe the discovery is not successful, then we really have to understand the needs of the customers. We define requirements, then we go over to the design drafting the first design, have a review on that, then doing the implementation with some help, and move on with testing. But to be honest, testing is always starting with the first draft of an API. But for the normal purpose, it's easier to have this life cycle, like having a separate test stage or something like that, and do the deployment of the API and the service. Then having some kind of monitoring, seeing what is happening with the API, is it used or is not used. And then maybe we have to think about of retirement, or we have to think about maintain the API to really make sure that it fits the consumer needs again and again. But this is a very complex one, so it's even condensed, but it's really a complex workflow, a complex life cycle. So let's just focus on specific steps. So really understanding the needs, bringing up the stuff, thinking about the first draft of the API, going to the review stage, think about implementation, and then really looking at the test side. So this is really something what we learned in the last month actually by talking with customers actually about the principles of bringing in something like AI by using ChatGPT, maybe using GitHub Copilot or other copilots that are available right now. So really thinking about what is actually possible and what is meant to be obtained or maintained by another party by using a specific kind of tool. So when we look at the needs, the API providers should be supported by enablement teams to really think about this design thinking methodologies to bring up APIs actually. And what you need to really understand is to have personas available. A good thing actually, but also a very tricky one, to be honest. And for these personas, you might need empathy maps. You might want to use to really sharpen the results, something like what, how, why actually, to really make sure you have all the methodologies available that are implemented by using some kind of design thinking. And maybe you bring up somehow ChatGPT into that context. Definitely in the end, where you really summarize stuff. So when we go further by just looking at prompting, it's getting interesting. So normally it's quite hard to talk about personas, so you really have to focus on it. But when you're working with more technical guys, it's really hard to make them think in personas. So maybe it's a good start to just ask ChatGPT for a persona in that context, saying, okay, we want to create a developer persona with the main technical skills of Java and OpenAPI. That's actually quite easy. You just have to put in a prompt and say, okay, that's what we need. And you see on the right side actually a result. So this is something we can rely on. In the normal concept, you really would focus with somebody who's sufficient in this to really create personas all the way. But what we do now for this talk is to really use ChatGPT for that. Actually, when you go further, having these somehow created persona and move on looking at to create an empathy map. Yeah, what is he really thinking? What feels the person? What is the person saying? In that context, it's actually quite hard to create some empathy map, but I did it already with using just ChatGPT by just using the persona up front to really make sure that it's possible for prompting when you have all the information available to really create an empathy map and not to spend time on that and creating something. It's actually not a good description because when you use something like diagrams in the context of ChatGPT, is always using Mermit, and Mermit is not so far in really presenting ideas of design thinking principles and methodologies actually. So it's something you just have to put on the leverage and say, okay, this is what ChatGPT put out of the all written in persona description and then creates actually an empathy map. But even in that case, ChatGPT could be helpful if you would create in a plugin or something like that to really create this empathy map we know from the books in regards of design thinking and so on. So it's really about something to make it shouldn't be visible, but it could be made visible actually so far. And we can move further thinking about the what, how, why methodology actually. And we again use the persona of Alex Morgan, who has been created by ChatGPT so far. So really thinking about the what, the how, and the why. And it creates actually another mind map for us to really make sure that we have this persona available. So if you have created a persona on your own, you could even with prompting bring it up to other visualization, because this is something which normally takes time. In that case, you just put in the data saying, okay, this is what we already have, and make it visualized in another way and to make things more obvious for others to read about this persona actually. And we can move further and thinking about how we can do something like a customer journey map. Yeah, what what is the persona really thinking of, and what are the considerations, what decisions to take, and actually what actions, what advocacy, and really make sure that we are always on this nearly customer journey or consumer journey, so that we really think more in the way the customer is thinking, not really saying, it's a consumer. Because even in the context of an API, it's even more complex, because we just focused on the directly involved consumer. But we also have in this context users available, which could be more complicated even to follow actually. So we have the possibilities there with some prompting to make more informations available about the specific users of applications that are using APIs actually. And that's really one good perspective to really move on, to really play with the information available, not really create information on your own. We did just for the example here to have a persona available, but really to think about to collect data about users of applications, to create personas in regards of users of applications that are using APIs, and also really think about who is using these APIs to create new applications, to really make sure that you have all the information gathered in one place. So we are in a large language model actually, again, covering all the data sets, and then make it possible for others to create this subset informations actually, to really bring up informations from the already available informations and regather them and make them more compromised or another way visualized or anything like that, to really make sure everybody understands the need of the specific personas using APIs in their context actually. And that's a really thing to move forward, not to really think about, I have to interview this person, I have to interview this person again and again and again. In this context of an enterprise, it's quite hard actually to gather all the informations, but to really make sure that you're collecting informations all over again. Actually, it's really good to make this available for prompting, to get informations more consistent. Actually, it's quite important then, but to really make sure that others can use these informations. So now we know who might be using the APIs we creating. And when we think further in this life cycle, actually, we have to think about, we have to build a first draft. So we really should think about, what are the consumers needing, and we should write down this into a description. Normally the people now, because they learned they have to design first APIs, they're always going on with using stuff like OpenAPI, but that might not be a good choice actually. It might be better, but we do it here with OpenAPI, not to make it more complicated, but to really think about it. It might be better to have a DSL available, so domain-specific language, so that we really can think more in a language that is more accomplished to our situation where we are in, so maybe more natural language-based, having specific paradox and concepts actually for programming language, to make sure that it's easy for our trained large language model in the end to fully support the process. Because having an OpenAPI description, we will see this further actually, it's not that easy. So really think about the steps to take actually. It's not so natural talking about in an OpenAPI description, but really think about what is to take to really make it more domain specific, so more organization specific, so that we have a specific language for the organization available. But when we look at the things we could do with prompting actually, we could use Copilot for Visual Studio for that. or Visual Studio Code actually. And we can describe an API by using the chat, or as a comment in the code actually, saying something like, create a new product open API definition using problem plus JSON for errors and help plus JSON for the data. Oh, very technical. Everybody would say. So it's not the kind of thing you would expect actually when you are thinking about you have business people available. So this so-called citizen developers by literature actually, and there are really a lot of people in enterprise companies who are citizen developers. They can't get a thing out of this because they might understand that we need a definition of a new product API actually. That's the point. But then using problem plus JSON for errors and help plus JSON for data, they're lost. And then if you would create something in the chat or in the comment in the code actually, in a file, it will create an API description out of the blue. So with maybe no context really, when you just use Copilot as it is open to all available actually, so that you will not get the right data set actually. So it's really something you need to explain then by others actually that are more technical, to really make sure that there is the right data at the right time. And this is really something that is quite difficult. So in the end, when we are working in enterprise contexts, you need this fully closed Copilot type of thing that you really are able to create large language models of existence, API definitions on your own, because you really want that there is something created that's always relying on standards and so on, because you have processes underneath that really need to be maintained by using some kind of specific governance methods or anything like that, so that you're really aware that this open API definition is right. That's why I was talking about this specific domain-specific language, actually having something like Microsoft TypeSpec available, where you're focusing coming from the data model just to create interfaces based on that data model, not really bringing up something, oh yeah, I will do an open API definition. No, don't talk about that. Just say, oh yeah, we will create interfaces, because this is more programmatically. At the moment, this is not working actually with Copilot quite well, because Copilot isn't understanding directly what you want to achieve, because Copilot isn't knowing anything about Microsoft TypeSpec so far. So it's bringing up TypeScript things. So it's not something you will achieve by just having Copilot running somewhere. You really need to think about to create large language models based on something like the Microsoft TypeSpec specification, which is growing in the background actually by getting new versions every month available. So there is a lot of movement actually in that field, but it will help us to create in the end good API definitions for people coming more from the business side, so that they don't have to think about the problem plus JSON, the help plus JSON stuff of representation. They just can create and can come up and create something like a new product API, a new order API, or something like that, what you actually need. And then Copilot is bringing up the power actually towards the stuff and saying, oh yeah, you're just a business user. You don't have any ideas about what is has technical to be done. I just create this interface and I just put up a specific data model backed by data products and data contracts actually to really obtain the things. But this is a lot to do in the backend actually, to really make sure that the large language model is available for so many people actually, to bring up the value for the whole organization in that case. So when we have created this first draft, let's call it actually draft. So we get this definition back. We get into a first step of review actually. So we really have to review things. There was some kind of an idea from the API handyman on the internet. So it's on his blog actually, to be honest. And it was to record the results of a validation as a basis of possible review in an Excel sheet, actually, in an Excel table. And it's really something to think about and think about it more deeply. It's really not really something you would like to do automatically or anything like that. So you really have to think about, oh yeah, what do we have to think about? So we have to draw conclusions and how we would like to have API designs within the organization. So and then we have evaluations. We are just collecting data and seeing what is happening actually by just charging rule sets or something like that to really come up, to really back the quality of the design of an API and really make sure that people understand what we are doing in a black box. So nobody needs to have a real idea what we are testing or what we are having rule sets for actually to obtain an API to be good for the organization, good designed actually for the organization. And that's one of the key things to really think about. So when we go further in prompting the stuff, it would be good, and it's actually possible. But it has to be adapted actually for the organization. But in the end, we are able to review API definitions already with ChatGPT, saying, okay, go through it and think about it. But be careful then, because you receive a protocol of general observations, endpoint-specific observations, and recommendations. But be careful with them, because they're not totally relying 100% in regards of the large language model of your organization so far, when you just are using the basic set by OpenAI or somebody else who's bringing up the stuff. So it's not related to your own. So you really have to maintain a large language model with inside the organization to really have these possibilities available. So saying that something about the OpenAPI version. So in that case, using 3.00 is good. Yeah, it's widely adopted. Maybe you should use, but this is something maybe obtained in the organization. Use something like 3.03 to be more on a higher adopted version or something like that. Yeah, that you need an info block. So that are the basics actually. So talking about content types, you have to choose HEL plus JSON for data, problem plus JSON for errors. That's a good choice, especially saying that by aiming for hypermedia driven APIs and standard error handling or something like that. And you then can go really further, saying, okay, go deeply into the methods and make sure that there is something available, because in the end, we want to implement a service in regards of the API. So really, because we're starting with the design of an API, we choose that way actually. When you would think about starting by code first, which is also a good way to start, it really depends on your organization so far. Not to start by design first, thinking about code first in that context. It would be actually the same. You would create an API programmatically, not creating this open API description. It would be actually the same. So you need in all the cases this large language model to really have a good value for the organization as a whole in the end. So really thinking about, is it worth to do the review steps by asking some kind of large language model? Is this a good API definition in the context of the organization? But this we see here actually can really help us, not to have somebody there available thinking about, oh yeah, I have to look at the API because it's the review step. It's actually part of the pipeline then to really automate the things and give feedback. And then you maybe have some things, if the AI is saying, oh yeah, that's not actually a good definition, we see their blockers, that you just stop the process then. So it's actually a good thing, a good way to go and to really obtain a good API in that case. So, and we are now actually moving from this first draft review to the implementation of the API. So we really think about, oh yeah, we need a portal or marketplace, or have a portal or marketplace, and really bring up this API with a backend available to really suit the use cases based on the description and so far. And we could think about having an AI, really talking about how can I do the implementation so far? Because sometimes developers might be not sufficient in the technologies used in the company, so they need some kind of guidance. And that's the way to really bring up then Copilot into the process, saying, okay, what is needed actually? So we do some prompting there, and we just chat with Copilot within the Visual Studio Code actually, saying, okay, we want to create a Spring Boot backend for our project. So we have this API available, and they're saying, oh, please use Open API Generator and generate the whole backend. To be honest, coming from a development side, actually, that's not the best approach, but it's a good starting point. So maybe you need then another large language model, getting the information back how your organization is creating services based on an open API. It's actually the same by just starting with code first, actually really bring up the stuff you want to have there and bring up all the data saying this is what you need, and make sure that the AI is able to really bring up the stuff and make people productive in the end, because this is what we want. We want to have productive developers. And how they achieve it, it really depends on the organization. So if the organization is lean into having something like having a chatbot available and saying, okay, these are the steps to go, because we are covering our organization documentation data, and this is the way to go, and you don't have to search for tutorials or something like that, that's a really good place to go. So it's all about really gathering the data and put it onto a large language model and really let the people play with the large language model. For testing, it's actually the same. We can use AI there to really test an API, to really test the service, actually to create in the end test cases, because it's always the same what we are doing out there. So we think about stuff, we really move things up, and we create test cases all the time and bring up stuff actually, and sometimes repeat things. So a good way to really bring in something and say, dear ChatGPT, create test cases for this API definition I provide to you. And there we have test cases. Even, and that's a good thing, also negative ones. So we don't only test the happy path. In that case, there is something coming up saying, oh yeah, you could also think about testing the negative or the unhappy path, actually, to really bring up value again, to make sure that things are also not working if there is something negative actually happening so far. And the good thing is, so we create test cases. Maybe you use something like Gherkin. Yeah, let's create specifications in Gherkin. So we just say, okay, create Gherkin specifications from the test cases above. And it's all written down, so we can put on the things saying, okay, this is the API. We have created test cases. We can document the test cases. We can then go over, moving up further, saying, okay, we have Gherkin specifications available for the test cases. So we just need somebody to write the real tests for the APIs that are available. And the more you really think about this, you really can underline the process you saw earlier, actually. So you really can think about what are the possibilities. And in the future, to be honest, there will be even more. You can use other testing frameworks, maybe something like Playwright, which is coming right up, but because a lot of people are using it, to really make sure that, again, developer productivity rises, and it has to rise to really bring up good software. And the more help we give to the developers actually, the more they have time to focus on the real things meant to be for creating good software actually. So it's really up to us all here at this conference to really show what is possible, what are the possibilities to really bring a lot of value to organizations to really rise up the things and be there and just shine. Not just talking about tools and other stuff, really bring up existing things like life cycles and so on, what is needed to really obtain them for a better future in regards of developer productivity. And in the end, about success, because this is what we want to have with our customers at Codecentric actually. We want to have successful projects with successful customers. And this is what you really need in the case of really leveraging prompt engineering to another dimension. So that was my talk about all the things in regards of prompt engineering and open API stuff. So I hope you enjoyed what I really talked about, and have some other time at the conference and maybe see you in the real world. Goodbye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, great to hear, you know, a developer's perspective on how to use ChatGPT, how to use AI to make his job easier. Really, what that comes down to, and I think that segues very nicely into our next topic, where we're going to hear from Jeroen Egelmeers. He's a full stack developer from the Netherlands who holds the position of tech lead at Bovmije. I'm sorry, I butchered that one. I'm gonna say the second job, software engineer trainer at Spectrum Multimedia IT. That one's easier to say. Frequently delivers presentations on Java software quality and prompt engineering at a bunch of events and venues. And he's going to talk to us about something that I know is relevant to everybody on the stream right now, and that is supercharging our productivity, getting all the juice out of really whatever we're doing with the help of AI. So let's hear from Jeroen.
Mastering prompt engineering. During this session, I will guide you through the Crafting AI prompt framework that I have created, and I will dive into some very nice examples how you can use ChatGPT, for example, to speed up and supercharge your productivity. But first things first. Imagine that someone is newly joining your company and this person tells you that he has never used Google or any search engine before. How would you respond? Think about that for a moment. Would you ask him how he or she will get his information? Or would you just advise him to start using it because it will supercharge your productivity? What would you do? Well, this is actually the reason why I'm doing those kind of sessions. I think that generative AI will really speed up your productivity. And that is not because of something, no, it's because I've seen it myself. I did really speed up my own productivity just by using generative AI. And one thing that is very important here is prompt engineering. And that is why I'm going to talk about that straight away. But let me first introduce myself. I'm Jeroen Egelmeers, full stack developer at Society and a public speaker. I am working as a tech lead at Bovmije and currently as an IT trainer at Capgemini Academy. Well, I've been at very many other companies already before, but I'm going to skip that for now. Let's dive into prompt engineering, because what is it? Well, this is a response from ChatGPT. And imagine that I am just a student just going to school for the first weeks this month because, well, summer has ended. And my teacher asked me to write an essay about World War II in 100 words. Probably as a very lazy student, I will do something like this. I will just put it there in ChatGPT and get the output. And you might think, well, goal achieved. Well, that's not really the case. Because teachers are doing this every year and they have a lot of students doing that same assessment. The problem here is that there will be definitely some red flag raised by this teacher. He or she will find out that this is not written by you or by the student. So you will fail your assessment and your goal is not met. So this is a very good example of a bad prompt. My goal was not reached. But what if I change this a little bit and I do understand prompt engineering? Then I give it some more context to share what I am, what I want to achieve, and actually what my assessment is or task, and I will get a much better outcome. So, for example, if I am still a student that has that assessment, I will do actually the same. So write me an essay about World War II in 100 words. But now I'm asking it to act like a student with A2 English and in the first class of high school. And don't use any difficult words. I just want to make sure that my A2 English, which is a level in English, is met. And the outcome will be similar to what I would write down. And you can see that the outcome is completely different. And actually, I can send this to my teacher, fool him a little bit. I did actually try this at some teachers because I did also those kind of sessions at schools. And well, they didn't find this as a wrong answer. So they didn't think I used ChatGPT for it. So my goal is met. I've done a lot of talks about this, but every time I got similar questions like, what should be in my prompt? Or how can I get to my goal while using prompt engineering? Well, this is the reason that I created the Crafting AI Prompt Framework. A framework that guides you to everything that you need to take into account for your prompt. During the rest of the session, I will guide you through this framework, but don't worry if you don't get it directly. I will guide you through and on the end give you some examples how it should work. So let's dive into it. The Crafting AI Prompt Framework has three very important pillars. Phases. First of all, the crafting phase. During the crafting phase, we are writing and crafting our message. And there are a few things that you should consider during the crafting phase, which I will dive into later on, so no worries. Secondly, you have the validation phase. Definitely if you're working for companies, then it's very important to make sure that you're compliant. So make sure that non-disclosure things are in place. But also make it interactive. It's very useful to make an interactive dialogue with ChatGPT, for example, to get to a better outcome. And finally, you're doing this for a reason. So you have a specific goal to reach. So make sure you reach that goal with your prompts, but also validate if your goal is made. A very good example of this is, for example, a lawyer who did actually use ChatGPT to make his case, but on the end failed due to the fact that, well, they found out that there were lawsuits that did not exist. So for that reason, make sure that you always validate the outcome. And the reason for that, I will also very nicely show you in the next part. Finally, generative AI is expanding very fast. Every day there will be new plugins or new features, even new applications. And those can really speed up your productivity, but also help your company to achieve their goals. So make sure that you're adapting and improving to those new applications, but also that you're validating the outcome and adapting and improving on that. As you're using an interactive approach, you can follow up questions and make sure that you make the outcome better. So let's dive in the first phase, the crafting phase. During the crafting phase, you have to consider a few things. First of all, context is key. So if you want to write a prompt, you must share some context to make sure that ChatGPT can use that for its outcome. Now, I'm going to use ChatGPT as an example throughout this session, but please note that you can use this for any other application as well, generative AI application. So let's make a LinkedIn post to show you how this works. So if I want to post about this particular session, I have to share what kind of presentation did I give, who were the audience, which platform was I using, about what topic was it. All kind of context that you want to share to ChatGPT to make sure that it knows where to write a LinkedIn post about. Other things that you could include are like examples, keywords, deadlines, arguments, counter-arguments, all kind of things that ChatGPT should consider and take into account to actually generate the output. Secondly, we are going to the register, which is, in my opinion, a bit of a very expensive word of writing style. You don't want to have output that looks like generated by ChatGPT. So like I did in a student example where I was writing that essay about World War II, I now want that ChatGPT is going to write a post for me on LinkedIn that actually sounds like myself. I'm very excited, so definitely it should be excited, but maybe you also want to have it a bit more informal or whatsoever. All kind of things that you want to share with ChatGPT in this part to make sure that ChatGPT is taking it into account. But also tone or grammar, all kind of things that you could share with ChatGPT, what it should consider to bring you to the right output. Then we are going to acting role. At the acting role, you can actually share what kind of format it should use as a base. So acting roles are some kind of templates that ChatGPT is using that are already pre-filled in. So for example, in this case, I can use a LinkedIn expert. A LinkedIn expert is mainly using hashtags, a very exciting tone because it's trained on American data probably, but also a lot of other things that could very useful writing LinkedIn posts, such as not using bullet points but emoticons instead. So while using this, you can still refine it. You can ask ChatGPT how those templates look like and actually refine it by your own needs. So for example, if I don't want to have a very exciting post, I can still ask it to use the LinkedIn expert, so act as a LinkedIn expert, but then don't use a very exciting tone. This way you can really guide ChatGPT to how it should write your output. You can also ask ChatGPT to write something from a specific perspective, such as a specific point of view. Like, how does this person probably look at it? Or write it as a LinkedIn expert, but also that LinkedIn expert is sharing it. All kind of things that you should take into account, or want to take into account. One thing I want to share about this is very useful. Make sure that if you're using Act as a LinkedIn expert, you also mention that you want to write a LinkedIn post for me. So write a LinkedIn post for me and act as a LinkedIn expert. But make sure it's not going to write it as a LinkedIn expert, because in that way it will share something like, as a LinkedIn expert, I'm very excited to share that I just had a presentation about crafting AI prompts at the Prompt Engineering Conference. And that is not what your goal is. Then we are going to the format. So you want a specific format to get as an output. In this case, a LinkedIn post. So I want to have a nice title, some context, some description or information, and finally some hashtags. That is the format that ChatGPT should use. Now, if you're using an acting role, most of those things are already in place, but it's always valuable to share what you actually want and what you desire. So for example, I'm a software engineer. We are writing a lot of user stories. If you want to write a user story, you can actually guide ChatGPT how your user story at the company looks like. So for example, it's not the standard format as most people should use it as described on the internet, but we have our own specific way of writing. You can share this with ChatGPT and ChatGPT will take over that format and use it as for the output, which is very nice. Another very nice format you can use and is very useful for example, brainstorming is using tables. When using tables, you can actually ask it to have reference IDs for each row, and this way you can refer to those IDs to ask for more information. This way you're using the interactive approach and you're using a very nice way of formatting it. Finally, you have a specific task. You want to write a LinkedIn post, or you want to translate this document, or you want to review this document. All kind of things you can ask to ChatGPT, but which you should explicitly state in your prompt. Another thing that you could do is, for example, revise or edit. all kind of things that are very useful, but be very specific and think very carefully about which task and words you want to use. Because edit and revise are something completely different, or reviewing is something different than edit. You should take this into account, and I say this because I've done a lot of sessions already and see people struggling with it. So really think before you're acting and think about what you want to do before sharing it with ChatGPT. Now we have our message created. So I'm a LinkedIn expert, I act as a LinkedIn expert, I want to write a LinkedIn post, I want to have hashtags, emoticons, etc. And I am sharing some context about this particular presentation. But it's also very important to have an interactive dialogue. So doing this, you should make sure that it's no yes or no question. But for example, write a LinkedIn post. In this case, you can actually revise it by just asking for it. Another thing that you can do is have a chat with ChatGPT by referring to, for example, IDs, which I stated in the temple example. Using this approach, you will make sure that you will generate much better output. Secondly, non-disclosure. If you're working for companies, it's very important that you're not sharing any confidential data from your company. You also want to take into account things like GDPR. So don't share any confidential data from your company, but also nothing from the people in your organization or even outside your organization. Everything that you're sharing with ChatGPT will be saved to their environment and actually be used to train their models. So this is something you really want to take into account before hitting enter and sending your prompt to ChatGPT. So keep that in mind and validate it before sending it. This way you will make sure that you will not get into tricks like we have seen at some other big companies sharing data, and it will actually eventually be exposed to other users. Then, yeah, you are doing this for a reason. So you want to reach a goal. And if I take back the example from the student, you don't want to have that essay right. You was a bit forced to do that assignment. So what you actually want to achieve is reach that high grade. You want to get a very nice point or grade for that assignment. So what you want to do is you actually want to get around it if you're not allowed to use ChatGPT, and make sure that it's really written as you and with the level of English or whatever language you're speaking, if you're writing it in, of your own. So make sure that you're sharing, for example, your own work to ChatGPT to learn it how you are writing your stuff. So for example, if you wrote a blog post or something, just copy and paste it to ChatGPT and make it learn your way of writing. So be sure that you're carefully validating what is your goal and do I reach my goal using this prompt. So now it's time to hit the enter button because we are interactive. We are sure that there is no company data in our prompt or from any people, and we are pretty sure that we reach our goal. So we hit enter and we get our outputs, and we can validate if our goal is reached. If that's not the case, we're going to adapt and improve. But before I continue, let me quickly show this as an example. I asked ChatGPT to validate that I was going to get a word that was right. So I did want to play a hangman game with ChatGPT and use an English word that is right, exists in English, and well, it's not too hard. I was trying around, but on the end I gave up, just as you see in this example. And what you can see, it was actually using a word that doesn't exist, and it did even know it when validating it on the end. And that is also you should do right now. So don't get fooled or don't get tricked in things like what I explained about the lawyer in America, but make sure you validate your output as well. If you've done that, you can start adapting and improving. So, for example, you can make sure that if it's not the desired outcome, that you're using another prompt to actually get to that right output. So, for example, if I wrote that LinkedIn post, and I didn't like the second alinea from my post, I can just ask ChatGPT to revise the second alinea and make sure that, well, it will write it a different way, or maybe just some different context. Anything that you provide to ChatGPT. But there is one more thing. Generative AI is expanding very fast, so it could be very useful to check some new plugins or new ways of working with, well, those kind of tools. So also adapt and improve your prompting strategy to make sure you're, well known about what the other people that bring to you that you can use to, well, speed up your productivity. So now we reached our goal and we are done with this framework. Let's get to an example how a prompt like that will look like. So, for example, the prompt could be act as a role, perform task in format requirements, use register and writing style, and use this specific context. So if we are looking at the LinkedIn example, then it would be something like act as a LinkedIn expert with, for example, 10 years of experience. More about that you can find in my blogs on LinkedIn. Write a LinkedIn post for me, be very specific in that. In format requirements, I want to use the best possible hashtags that bring me the highest engagement. I want to use emoticons instead of bullet points, and I also want them because I want to brief some key takeaways from this session. Use register or writing style. I want to use my own writing style, so I'm going to share some context there. Use a formal tone, be very exciting, but here is some context how I'm writing my blogs. Use that to also learn how, well, you have to write this LinkedIn post. And use this context where I'm going to share that I did a session about supercharge your productivity, mastering prompt engineering. I did it on the Prompt Engineering Conference 2023, actually the first one in the world. I had a very nice audience and we had a Q&A on the end. All kind of things that you could share, and also what did we discuss during the presentation. So for example, how does the Crafting AI Prompts framework work, all the different phases, the context, acting role, register, format and task, etc, etc. Things that you want to share that ChatGPT can use in its outcome. Much more about this you can read on craftingaIprompts.org, so definitely go there, and everything is written out and guides you through the process as well. Please note, this is an example and you can use the different elements on any way you want. So this is not set in stone. You can just work around it the way you want, but make sure that you actually will have everything in place. And also make sure that you remove any abstractions. Be clear, garbage in is garbage out. So if you're abstract in any of your contexts, ChatGPT will do the same for you, or even make things up, which, well, could lead you to things that does not exist, or even things that you don't want in your post. So now let's get to some examples how this will work. But first, how do you work with non-disclosure? Even if you want to share information to platforms like ChatGPT. In this case, you can use placeholders. And here is a very nice example about that. I'm writing a LinkedIn post from another session I did, but I didn't know yet if I can share the company or the people who did invite me, if I could share them in my LinkedIn post. So I also didn't want to share that to ChatGPT yet. So what I do is I'm using placeholders instead. So in this case, company A or person A and person B. And ChatGPT will do that as well in the output. So what you can see in the output, company A is still between curly braces, and I can later replace that by the content that I'm expecting. This is a very nice way, and you can also use this, for example, as variables in prompt receipts. Another technique that I'm not able to share during this session, but you can read more about on my LinkedIn page. So now let's dive into reviewing, which I really like to do with ChatGPT. I'm writing a lot of different blogs and a lot of different things on the internet, but I'm not really well in the grammar of English, so I want someone to review it. I just don't like it if there are any grammar mistakes in my posts on LinkedIn or on any medium or whatsoever. So what I did normally was sending this to my peers and asking them to review my content. But this takes a lot of time because I have to write it, send it to one of my peers. He or she is reviewing it, sending it back. I am then doing all the reviewing work, so making sure that everything is in the right place. Maybe even sending it back once again to do a final review, and etc. etc. Now, using ChatGPT, I can simply just write my blog, send it to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT can review it. But there is more. You can also make sure that you speed up this process. So let's dive into this example. First of all, how does it work with the Crafting AI prompt framework? So I wrote a prompt here, and first of all, I'm sharing the context. I will share excerpts from a blog I'm writing. So in the next prompt that I'm going to do, the interactive way of working, I'm going to share the parts of my blog and ChatGPT will reply on it. Then please assume the role of a blog writing expert with 20 years of experience. This is the acting rule. So I want to use the template blog writing expert with 20 years of experience to make sure that that is what it's using to review my blogs. Then the task is review it and edit the content if necessary. And this is very important because I don't want to edit it if it's already correct. I just want to make sure that it's grammatical okay, so there is no grammar mistakes. Maybe if it could make the text a bit better. That is things it could do, but otherwise just leave it as is. Format. Provide the edit output or response with correct. So in this case, if it's correct, it will just reply correct, and otherwise it will edit the response. And this will really speed up your productivity because if you don't have this in place, it will always send the text back to you. So even though you don't make any mistakes or it didn't change anything, it will still reply with you all the text that you entered in exactly the same way. And as ChatGPT is typing it for you, you have probably seen that already, it takes much more time than just getting back correct and you can move on. Keep the same writing style as used. So I want to make sure that ChatGPT will keep the same writing style as I did in my blog post. So I'm going to share a blog excerpts, but still it should keep the same writing style to make sure that, well, everyone has a clear view that is written by me. So that is actually what it's all about. So what I can do right now is just put in some of my blog content and share that with ChatGPT, and what you can see, it will either return correct in the first example, or if I'm just making some grammar mistakes in this case on purpose, it will reply the complete thing back, accept the things that I did wrong, and will fix that for me. And I think this is a very nice example how you can speed up your productivity when using ChatGPT. Another thing that I really like is transcripts. So what I normally did is go to YouTube and watch a video if I want to learn something new. Probably something you're doing right now as well. You're watching this video or watching this presentation and you will learn a lot from that. But what if someone is sending you a YouTube video and actually points you to, hey, that was very interesting in this video, check it out, but doesn't tell you in which timestamp you should start watching? Then it can take a lot of time to watch that video if it's only a very small part of the video that is interesting for you. So let's take this as an example. Here is one of my previous presentations, which takes over an hour. And you can go to the transcript. So this is the Dutch part, but it's the same in English. Go to the three dots to the menu part of YouTube, click on View Transcript, and you will actually get the transcript on the right side of your page. Now you can completely copy this and paste it in tools such as ChatGPT Splitter. Now why I'm doing this? If you have a YouTube video, for example, for 30 minutes or longer, so let's say in this case 1 hour and 50 minutes, then the transcript is probably way too long to enter it completely in once at ChatGPT. Tools such as ChatGPT Splitter are actually cutting this up in chunks that you can provide to ChatGPT with some extra prompt information so that you can actually send everything from that transcript to ChatGPT and you don't have to, well, make it chunks by yourself. So I did bring this to ChatGPT Splitter, made the chunks, and I'm sending that to ChatGPT. And now I can actually ask ChatGPT to get me the key takeaways from this video. And that is very interesting because that way you can actually really fast get the key takeaways of a video. And if you're, for example, interested in this case in concerns with AI integrations and more about GDPR, then you can ask ChatGPT, where should I start looking in this video? At what time step do I have to start watching to actually get more information about this particular part? And ChatGPT will respond to you with the exact time stamp from the video where you should start watching. This is really helpful and it will really speed up your productivity. Now, finally, I can imagine that I piqued your interest. I hope I did, but it might be still a bit too much. A lot of information I shared in only 30 minutes, and there is much more to share, but yeah, I only have 30 minutes during the session. So I want to challenge you to start using it yourself because that is the best way to learn it. Go to this particular cheat sheet, download it and make sure that, well, you follow this cheat sheet to actually craft prompts using the Crafting AI prompt framework. And I'm really sure you will find out that it will really help you crafting the right prompts. So thank you very much. And if you have any questions, please let me know during the Q&A session. Bye.
Thank you so much, Jerome. You know, I love to see when people apply their own kind of, again, viewpoints about how they see the world, their own kind of mental models to help add structure to this, you know, this vast conundrum that can be generative AI. I mean, do you have any similar models or things that you find you do every time you're making a new prompt, Dan?
Yeah, I mean, I think taking best practices and looking at what others have done is partially what's so great about this movement. So much of it is open source, whether it's what Jeroen's sharing or, you know, Professor Synapse and these different types of ways of prompting. There's best practices for sure. And getting these info from people using the products every day is great.
Oh, it seems like it's great to see too, though, that there are some common themes that emerge, like when we're talking about instructions and roles. You know, it allows at least some possibility that we're going to be able to reproduce these results and keep them consistent moving forward. And again, thanks for the shout out to our Professor Synapse prompt. I'll share that in the comments. It's a multi-agent prompt. Anyone can feel free to use in ChatGPT. So ChatGPT prompts itself. Anyway, we're coming close to the end here, but we have one more great presentation from you for you guys from Peter Kestenholz. He's the founder and MVP of Fast Track Architect. 19 years of experience working with a huge, broad portfolio of clients like Microsoft, expert in Azure, OpenAI, Microsoft Copilot, and he's going to be demoing some of his use cases and workflows for us today. Ton of deep expertise as a tech entrepreneur, and we're really, really excited to hear a little bit from Peter here. And then we'll have one more Q&A and some closing remarks. So here's Peter.
My name is Peter, and I'm the founder of Projectum, a Microsoft partner for the past 20 years, doing project portfolio management and strategy execution. I'm here today because I'm a Microsoft MVP, head of our innovation team, and also very focused on how AI has enabled our customers to get more creative. In today's example, I'm going to present how we can use ChatGPT, also made available through Microsoft, to help our strategy officers create new strategic plans and ideas for initiatives. So let's get started. When I open up my browser here, we can go, of course, into OpenAI. from ChatGPT. We can use 3.5 or 4. Let's just start with 3.5 and paste in one prompt, which I've seen for quite a few times, is quite useful. Act as a strategy officer, so that's the context, in a large global pharma company or something else. Use the OKR framework to break down strategy and supporting initiatives or ideas. I've also been given the task of helping the organization grow online sales in the APAC region by 20% from 2024 to 2025. I also want to create a hierarchy of OKRs, so objectives and key results. So one objective, 3 key results, and ideally also for each key result, 2 initiatives or proposed initiatives we could do. And for each of these initiatives, I then want to have it also estimate the man hours it would take to do the work and the primary role that would be needed to complete the work. And finally, just for the fun, add a relevant emoji and also, if possible, a link to where the project managers who will take over the initiatives work can learn more about the type of initiatives we're about to do. So lots of things happening, but let's just try and hit the push button. And because this is, of course, GPT 3.5, it's pretty fast, but also not necessarily up to speed. But at least it's trying now, as you can see, to create the key results that supports the overall ambitions for growth in APAC. So let's see up here. Increase online sales in APAC. Yes. Key result 1, improve the website conversion rate. That makes sense, by 15%. Here's one initiative that could help you do this, and the effort it might take, and the primary role you should find in that team who is going to execute the work. Also, you could add a link directly through to some website article or case materials where the users can, or the project managers can learn more about it. Now, to take this to the next level, of course, if we go into my Power App, so I have a Power App because I'm a Microsoft partner. In here as well, I have access, of course, to ChatGPT. And there are 2 ways I can sort of manage my work here and get some answers to some questions. One is that I can use sort of a chatbot that we have created, where I can say hi, and then I can sort of control using Power Virtual Agents what the user should be able to do. For instance, creating some data or projects, ideas, and so forth, learn something, or maybe just chat with ChatGPT. So again, I could use this and just quickly paste in the same thing you saw before, hit enter, give it a few seconds, and it's going to use the Azure OpenAI GPT endpoint. So same thing as OpenAI, except it's inside your company's own Azure tenant. So let's see. Here we go. Same thing happens. It tries to create the key results, the initiatives, the effort it takes, and also some links to where you can learn more. So it actually works quite well, also in sort of a chatbot context within my little Power App here. Now, moving away from this, some users also want even more rich experience, ideally using, of course, GPT-4. And for those, of course, you also have the Bing option, where you've probably seen this before, but where you can also go in and essentially paste the same thing as I just did in this window. But this will use ChatGPT-4 out of the box. Also secure, it also says that, because it stays again inside your company account, company tenant. So here you can add, I would say, more confidential content, obviously, than what you could on the OpenAI website. Let's see if it's done soon. This is GPT-4, so probably it will take more time than you saw with GPT 3.5. And here we go. So it starts again with some more rich text because it's a better GPT model. But again, it's essentially the same thing, trying to estimate what it takes to do this, adding some links to where you can learn more. You can also, by the way, go full screen by clicking here, and then you will see it from this view, same thing as you saw before, which is pretty cool. Just give it a few seconds, here we go. And then you could sort of continue the chat here if you wanted to. So same thing as before. Now, the thing that I want to show, which is probably next level to some, is not so much about the prompting, but where we can use the prompting. So let's move away from ChatGPT and also Bing and back to the Power App. So if you had an application where, for instance, you had your objectives in the tool, let's open this one up, and you wanted to also use prompting and GPT directly inside the application, you could, for instance, click New here. And here in Power PPM, I have preloaded my views here so that the first thing I need to do is simply give it a name. And that could be the same as before. Grow the APAC online sales by 20%, let's say in 2024. And a description as well could be the same thing as this, essentially. Or maybe this is just grow online sales, and then down here you have some more details. Grow the online APAC sales by 20% in 2024, and that's it. Then I could just say, well, this is going to start from now until end of 2024. So this is just Power Apps, Dataverse, Microsoft, just doing its thing. But what I then can do is use ChatGPT as a button or as a toggle, so that if I click here and click yes, it triggers the creation of some supporting text or ideation, so that by only having these two inputs, and if I click refresh, here we go, where I can see increase APAC sales. Ideas to do this is, first of all, do this, then we need to do this. This is the duration, this is the effort it takes, skills, and so forth. More or less the same as before. Now, one thing is doing it as text input, and you can then delete it or use it or not. But the other aspect is maybe you want this text to be created or injected directly into the application. So down here you also see the same key results. Let me just refresh. It probably wasn't done. Like this. And now you have increased, let's just zoom out, online sales by 20% in 24, by 50,000 units, by 2 million. So different examples of OKRs. It's not pretty smart right now because it doesn't have enough context. I think over here we should have added more. But the point is, by having this input, I can get both text and also an output. So essentially created directly inside the application. And then the key result officer or strategy officer can take it from here and build on top. The essence of this is that it all goes down inside Power Automate in Microsoft. This means that if I click edit on my flow, because this is the flow that runs behind the scenes, if I click edit here, you can see how I'm actually building or constructing the automation so that users will end up having just one button. And here, for instance, you can see that every time someone modifies what is called the strategic objectives in Dataverse or Power Apps, if the person says yes to generate something with AI, so that's a true, if that's the case, then I want to create something with GPT. And then here you can see what I've done. I have primed the prompt, so to speak, by adding some text here, which is essentially the prompt, so that the only thing the users have to do is provide a name of the strategy and a description. And obviously we could have added any field we have in the application right here by simply going down and finding all the information available. Who's the owner, start dates, end dates, whatever custom fields we've added to the data we could have pulled in. Once this is done, it should then also JSON format and wrap the output in a certain way with an array and some data buckets, which means essentially that I want to pull out what are the key results. And that is essentially what happens below here, that I take the JSON that is given from the ChatGPT function, and from here creating two buckets, so objectives and key results, so that I can pull out my key results down here, and for each of these create sort of a strategy output down here. There we go. So key results. So first I need to figure out what is the strategic objective where we are creating these things, and then we take the text that was given. So let's go back here to this view. From this text, we then take the key results. So that's the name here. And we use this to create all the rows, so 3 in our case, because we asked for 3 up here. Just a second. Here we go. We asked for 3 key results, so 3. That's why we get 3. If I wanted 4, I would have written 4. So this was the example of how I can, with just one button, have users provide simple input, have the system automate both the GPT text creation, like this, but also converting it into data and in real time injecting it into your systems if this is something you are up for. Of course, a lot more can be done with what is called the ChatGPT to text or text to ChatGPT function. So this is just one example, and I would expect a lot of more examples to come in the near future. Thank you for watching. This was just 10 minutes. If you want to know more, you can follow me on LinkedIn. My name is Peter Kestenholz. Have a great conference.
Thanks so much, Peter. I'm going to take this opportunity now to invite Dan, Peter, and Jeroen in for our last Q&A session. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your really insightful presentations. kind of the common theme I took away from each of those is your unique perspectives to design and then implement generative AI and the application of prompt engineering throughout. So I think a good place to then start is with the solutions and API architect over there, Dan. How do you kind of see the future of API design evolving with these advancements of prompt engineering and AI? I feel like a lot of the API underlying frameworks we've used have been in place for years.
Yeah, actually, it was some kind of experiment we did with a customer of us. So we really thought, okay, let's do something totally different as we normally do, because you have actually tools available that could help you in that place. But now we do something different because we want to be more faster, and we don't want to do things where we actually don't know who is actually using the stuff afterwards. So it was really kind of an experiment, and it was actually successful. So other customers of us came up and saying, okay, this looks interesting what you're talking about. What did you do? And in the end, it's not some kind of magic. It's just using what is ChatGPT actually for. When you have the model 4, it's so easy to really do reviews with it, because in the end, when you have the capability to really build your own large language model, it's so easy then to really rely on the stuff you already have. So you just use the stuff you are used to actually, and let somebody else do the reviewing, and nobody else has to do it actually with their own eyes, because it's sometimes complicated. People don't see things, and an AI is sometimes more predictive in that case.
Do you see that as having some certain challenges with inherently relying more and more on AI and prompt engineering in that API design process? Are there certain things that we should do as maybe not as ardent practitioners as you are, but as people that want to leverage these tools nonetheless to mitigate some of those kind of pitfalls and challenges?
Yeah, actually, it's what I present is actually it's quite hard. You shouldn't create personas or something else by an AI, because it's not really fitting so far. Because you need the real people on your side, not saying, okay, I build a persona or something like that. So really relying on real data and then extracting the things and build things up on the data itself. Not to say really, oh, we have to build personas. It's so easy to use ChatGPT for that. You shouldn't do that, because there will be no real fit in the end, because it's just an imagination by the AI, which could be not the real persona in an organization actually. So it's really that's one of the tricky parts, and the other tricky part is really this kind of API designs. So really having a look at the API description, and when you do this with an AI, there are so many errors in there, so many mistakes, because case sensitive stuff. So there are a lot of things missing, and even relying on the version of the Open API standard, it's always saying it's 3.00. So you really have to specify it. So it gets more complicated for people to really use it actually in the end, because you have to be high technical to really create good description by an AI actually. And these are, I think, the most problematic things, because in the end you need a model to be really trained, and it has to learn about your own actually ideas and even your own environment to really use it in the end. That's the most important thing in there.
And these models don't have the context of the world around them, so you have to almost really kind of things that are inherent and implicitly obvious to you that you may not even be actively considering. That needs to be channeled into the nuances of the prompt when you're building with these tools. I think that's a great segue to some of the stuff that Jeroen put forth. Dan and I were just chatting during the break there, Jeroen. Like I love seeing the different perspectives of people that have gone like, hey, here's the way I organize building these things to get a repetitive result. But I thought I'd love to hear a perspective of when you're developing and building your solution and your framework. Can you share an example maybe where like a really subtle change in a prompt made a huge difference in the output?
Yeah, I think this is a really hard question, of course, because what I really feel like is that if you have the things that I described within the framework in place, that you can go pretty far, but it's all with context. So I think what was just shared is pretty much in line with that. People are a lot asking on LinkedIn and other places like, do I lose my job because of all those generative AI things, right? So that's a really hot topic right now. And I don't think so, because I also saw in another session, will prompt engineering really be a job or something, or how do you look at that? I think it's a skill that really can enhance your productivity. So for example, I am a full stack developer. I'm a developer as a profession. I know how to describe what I want to do. And someone who doesn't write a code or something, it's really hard for them to do the same. So what I did in a previous session is actually build a calculation application. And I did want to have a really nice looking front end, right? So if I didn't describe anything, then it did just have some input fields and some buttons to click on it, and it did work, but it was not what I did expect. So when I was really pointing to, I want to use the Bootstrap CSS framework, and I want to have this as a backend like PHP or whatever you want to use, and the HTML should look like clean code, and all those practices should be in place, then you really get the output that you desire. So your goal will be met. And that is really, I think, the key takeaway here, that context is key, and your profession is still really intact there, because you have the knowledge to actually share that context to ChatGPT.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right. Context is king. The way I demonstrate self-attention whenever I'm teaching to people that are just like, wait, what's ChatGPT? Like, literally just add one word to a sentence and then show how the next 5 words are completely different. But the sentence in and of itself is asking for the same thing. That's really fascinating. I think one of the things though that you might be able to share your unique perspective on, Jerome, is these AI models, these tools, they're changing and adapting so fast. What do you do, or what do you think is, a good practical solution to, update our skills so they remain relevant as these models get easier and improve over time, or new capabilities get added? I mean, I feel like I'm going to need to learn how to prompt GPT-4 vision in a very different way, because it's much more of an interaction than it is set of instructions.
Yeah, I agree. I think following the right people, for example, platforms as LinkedIn, is really helpful, because a lot of people are sharing knowledge about that. So I think stating about ChatGPT Vision, I got it as of today in my account available. And so probably most of the people will get it around these days. But I already saw people actually sharing their architecture. They just wrote it out on a whiteboard and then actually making a photo with their phone and then sending that to ChatGPT to actually create the context. And then you can actually do a lot of new things. So when I got it in my account, I got it available and I could actually use it. I directly had some examples or inspiration where I could test it on. So, and that will really provide your learning experience.
I'd love to open this same question up to everyone, because I think all of you guys may have a perspective here, because as we build things with AI, the tools will make things easier, but also will the tools then be able to pick up the nuances of our instructions? I think it's an interesting example of this. If you happen to have DALL-E 3 in your version of ChatGPT Plus right now, any prompt you put in there is automatically optimized by DALL-E 3 into multiple different descriptions, whether you ask for it or not. So that opens up this interesting kind of dichotomy where it's like, well, I'm going to work really hard on the skills I need to develop to be able to chat with the AI and give it instructions in a very specific way. But if you're not going to receive those instructions because you've been optimized for the masses, well, that's an interesting struggle in and of itself. So let me kick it over to Peter first. Same question. How do you think we keep our skills relevant as these models evolve and improve?
Well, I think I work mainly with, let's say, business advisory. So taking larger enterprises and making them capable of setting up a center of excellence, like in any other matter you see in technology that's moving fast. You need some sort of a central function. And I think it's not up for our let's say customers and the companies I work for to have all the employees become prompt masters. To be honest, I think that would be an unfair and like a dream that will never really kick in. It's something where, of course, I'm not biased, but I'm speaking in some ways with the Microsoft voice here. And the way I use Microsoft is to make sure there is a place for the non-developers to go into AI and sort of take over how it responds, so that when, let's say, the not so experienced user asks, let's say, a strange question or maybe even a stupid question, we can sort of control that they still get a smart output, because we have primed it so hard so that it understands the context of the entire business, so that they don't have to put in the context. So I do agree that context is king, but I also believe that it's unfair to expect that everyone will be the king of context, because to do that, you would have to be a senior with 10 years of experience in that business.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to sort of see if we can sneak that in as a central function to prime all these prompts, so that even the bad prompts gets a smart response. And that's sort of how I drive, the engagements I do today. And it's,
I definitely want to come back to that, but I want to give Dan an opportunity to respond to the same thing, because I think he'll have a unique perspective to share with us.
Yeah, actually, I'm totally with Peter, because in the end, you need in the areas we are working. Actually, we're working with big enterprises in the API world. So they really have a huge amount of data available where they are not really capable of. So we are always triggering the people to really think about what is your core business. And it's totally difficult for them to really make sure what is their core business. And even if they have an AI available, it will be still hard for them, because the people are not so trained to think in data. Actually, they are just trained to have an idea what could be the requirements of something. So we normally building with people in companies always not these reusable APIs. So they have a particular use case, and we force them to really rethink the use case again and again and again to really make it reusable in the end, not to build something that will be used by one person or by one machine for something that is not really the thing you should do. And this is really something where I think we should be still remain with the capabilities we have, and maybe others have to really bring value to companies actually, and say, okay, you can do this, but you should be aware of all the contexts you need, because this is the hard fact. I can do prompting even if I don't have any context, but it would be nonsense actually to really think about it, that I can use something like that in the end. So it's really hard, I would say. So there will be still the reminder of people having these skills to really stay there and be actually advisors or enablers in the end, because it's actually hard.
Human on the loop, maybe, as opposed to completely out of it. I want to take your comments there and kick it back to Peter, just because your perspective as, building stuff for Microsoft so long. I mean, there's really not more enterprise than that. I'd be curious to hear, though, and I'm glad you brought up like OKRs in your example specifically. How have you seen kind of how Power BI, Power Automations, the application of those tools and technology kind of change as in terms of project and strategy management and setting and achieving OKRs? How have they changed now that generative AI is on the scene?
Well, I think there are good two questions, I guess. One is building a strategy, and the other one is building your project plan. So it's like company-wide, top-down approach, and then it's more like how do I, as a project manager, do better in the company I work for. And if we start with the latter, you could say that I have been introducing like template-based approaches to everything since I was 20, and I'm 42 now, so it's 22 years now. I'm still counting. And every time we had to sort of have people do it the best way possible, we gave them templates. It's always a matter of some expert somewhere in the business setting up what they would say, this is the template of all templates, right? Which is very much an inside perspective to everything. Not really trying to look at what the competitors are doing, or you don't even know it, and you don't have time to keep up with everything that goes on the internet or PhD studies or whatever. So today, the companies I have that are aggressive on AI have sort of let go of the templates, or if they have templates, it's sort of a reference point, so that at least they sort of have, here are the phases or the milestones that we should all comply with. And then you add an extra layer on top, which would then be the AI thing. So it's not AI out of control, it's AI on top of the template, which sets the boundaries, I guess. And then they can sort of write their way through or upload a business case to further explain what it is they're trying to achieve, and then have ChatGPT, in this case, render the full project plan in real time. It's super much possible. It's not very complicated, to be honest, and it doesn't require a whole lot of data. It just requires what is called a good old VBS or work breakdown structure made by someone. So templates is changing a lot. And strategically, I think it's the whole creative space, from waiting for people to submit good ideas to more aggressively saying, we have a problem. We need to fix it before end of March. There's a new GDPR policy being rolled out in the EU next year. We all know that. Okay. Come up with 25 ideas, put them in a SWOT analysis, rank them accordingly, put some budget behind them. That would take forever to ask people to get that input. Here we just get it for free within 30 seconds, and we can start our management meeting. So I think we'll see more and more people letting go of the good old Post-its. And it's not because we don't enjoy being creative. It's just, I think we can be creative with a better starting point where all that trivial work has been done beforehand. So I do see management meetings going on with already now ChatGPT. They can probably do even better if they learn to prompt. That's why we have this conference. And then we have the project managers who will become more productive, I assume.
That's absolutely the way I see it as well. You're spot on. We had a good question from the audience. They were curious if that app that you demoed, Peter, is available anywhere. I think someone may want to slot that into their Power BI.
Yes, it's definitely available. It's in the marketplace also for Microsoft for the last few years. It's called Power PPM, and it's of course much more than AI. It is project portfolio and strategy management in a Power. Awesome. Fairly easy to acquire and also spin up a trial. So go to Microsoft App Source or App Store and then search for Power PPM, and you'll find it.
Power PPM, awesome. Well, last question that we've asked everybody here. Given your familiarity and hands-on approach to building and using these AI tools, predict the future for us. What do you see as emerging trends that you're excited about? What are things that you think is going to transpire or take place in this field that is maybe going to transform the work that you do, or how everyone interacts with AI? Jürgen, why don't we start with you?
Sorry, with me? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Jerome. I don't know.
No problem. I think this is a really hard question because it's evolving so rapidly that it's almost you cannot imagine how fast this goes. So it's pretty difficult, but I think it will be really part of everything that is text or image based or something, and then I'm talking about coding or management things, it will be really part of it. So the things about Microsoft, which I'm sharing a lot, is that it will be in all the Teams applications or the Office, etc. That will really change how we are working, because why should you still do the boilerplating or whatever you're doing in all those tools if generative AI can do it for you? But I still think that will take some time, because I see a lot of companies still not using it. But I really hope that those conferences, talks, and sharing knowledge everywhere will change that also for those people. But what really the future will bring us, I don't know. It's hard to say, I think.
No, I think you're spot on there. I believe like McKinsey or one of these big consulting firms did a, of course, natural language processing experiment of all the Fortune 500 quarterly earnings calls for AI terminology, AI phrases and words, something around there. Only about half of them are even talking about this stuff on their earning calls right now. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you're definitely spot on there that, you know, some people are still going to be using those Post-it notes. They're going to be holding on with both hands, like Peter said. But
maybe nice to add then here is that I'm doing a lot of training sessions as well, and the first time I did it, I was like, I'm going to ask the audience to wait, like an energizer. Have you ever heard about ChatGPT or something like that, right? And I expected everyone to raise their hands because it's on television, on the internet, everywhere. While I'm looking, it's available, but actually a lot of people didn't. So I was a bit shocked there, like, oh wait, maybe I should change my slides the next time to first explain what it is, to have a really nice presentation to follow that up. But yeah, that's a nice thing, I think.
Something like 59 or 60% of people have heard of it, but only about 19% of people have even tried it. So I have to constantly do that whenever I'm talking to a group or people, just like, no, this is the world that we live in and play in on a day-to-day basis. You know, let's try to take a step back, you know, tell my spouse, hey, do you understand this, or something like that. Dan, I'd love to hear, you know, you try to predict the future for us here with all these advancements.
Actually, it's the same as Jerome already mentioned. So I think it's quite hard to really say what will happen actually. So I'm doing a lot of things in the API scene and community, and also in what's going on with integration. So a really unsolved topic actually so far, because many people are still lacking stuff, and there is also a big favor in using ChatGPT for that. So there are solutions in the market to predict, oh yeah, I need an integration for this and for that, please build it for me. So there will be more things actually, so the daily work actually, or as I always say, the things that are already solved, to make it more easy to people to access the things actually, not to really think about what I need to integrate stuff in, because in the end it's about patterns and everything like that. So it should be quite easy for an AI to really think about that and give a good solution as a starting point, and then evolve from there and move on to really have more flexibility in the end, and to really make, I think, things more easy, because people in the API community are now looking for really technical writers to write documentation for APIs and all the other stuff. So there will be another field actually to really think about and say, okay, that can be also done by an AI, because I don't need people to be trained as a technical writer in the end, but it would be good to have somebody to have an overlook actually and do an editing or something like that. But in the end, it's just writing stuff and understanding things because of semantics and all the other things involved. So I think there's a lot of things that can happen there. I would like to see some things in regards of semantic stuff actually, but who knows what will happen some place.
I mean, I know you're going to stay plenty busy with the sheer volume of AI companies and things that are popping up. I think I saw a stat about 1,000 new companies get formed and launched in the Gen AI space. At some point, someone's going to need to help them connect all the dots together. If you're using a workflow that involves 40 different tools. Peter, would love to hear your perspective, especially from someone that's deploying this for big business solutions.
We have sort of two waves we're going to ride. That's how I see it. Two trends. One is, of course, I'm relying heavily on the bigger technology companies like Microsoft or Google and others to set the scene. They will do that with or without us. So, for instance, 1st of November, most of the Office users can get access to Copilot. So even if they haven't heard about ChatGPT, they will see a Copilot pop up if they have a license, and whoa, what is this? And they start creating content like in a way they've never thought was possible. So that's, of course, going to drive, I think, us away from being so concerned about things to people just starting to use it. Not saying we shouldn't be concerned, but they will use it. So that's one part of it. The other aspect is that if you look at the traffic going on towards OpenAI, we have 1.8 billion website visitors. That was in August, the latest numbers that were out. Out of those 1.8 billion visits, if you look at age, more than 60% were younger than 35. So if you look at it from a sort of a management perspective, the upcoming managers from 35 to when they are like 45, the next 10 years, so to speak, they are already right now, more or less every single one of them, comfortable using ChatGPT today. And they will be the decision makers within the coming years. So it might be that you have this 50 plus age group that have not really tried ChatGPT. But if you're looking at it 10 years ahead from now, well, those who will take the decisions at that point are just sort of AI natives, like we've seen it before with the internet and so on. So that's one aspect. Personally, I look forward to one thing, which strangely enough, I don't see anyone talking about anywhere, which is why am I still using this keyboard? Why do I have a keyboard? I type slower than I speak for sure, because I speak sometimes too fast, but it spells better, it writes better, it can do it in whatever language I need. Why do I have a keyboard everywhere? I don't get the idea around a keyboard, let's say 2 years from now. So that's, that's why I was thinking about it when I saw that. So I'm thinking,
well, then I wouldn't have a hobby.
Well, for gaming, maybe it's going to be better.
All these poor keycaps will get lonely.
Yeah. No, I think devices will be impacted by AI as well, also in tech, and that's a place where we're not talking that much, but I do think that's going to be impacted as well, long term as well. So
no, I mean, I think I'm definitely excited to see how generative AI transforms our devices, so to speak, be it things that we wear or embedded in our phones. I have to imagine that with Microsoft already having Copilot, on your Windows desktop, that's coming very soon. Well,
yes,
gentlemen, thank you so much for your presentations and perspectives today. Truly insightful. We're looking forward to sharing these presentations online. Please go out and reach out to Peter and Dan and Jürgen on the socials. All right. Thank you so much, gents.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having us. Bye.
Bye.
Well, here we are, Dan.
Yeah, what a great way to wrap up. Those were awesome way to cap off the day.
I love the applications. What do you think? Give me your 3 takeaways from today. Maybe one from each session, if you can think back that you found the most insightful.
I mean, I think looking back, I think everyone was blown away with what Jesus was able to do, and I think it's still the best generative AI image stuff I've seen done. And so I'm definitely gonna go back over his slides and look at that toolkit again. Now seeing what's possible. Hearing from both Mark and Anastasia about using fine tuning and then seeing how these things are used in production, I think was really helpful too. And knowing that you can have fallbacks that aren't AI related for edge cases, I think it was really cool. And then this last one was very practical. I liked, capping it off with Peter's note about, what are we doing with keyboards? I think it puts a interesting question for us all to think about the future of devices and how we interact with AI, and it isn't only going to be through a keyboard. And so I think it was a really cool way to kind of leave things off.
Yeah, that multimodality is definitely going to be more and more on the scene here in the coming weeks and months. Yeah, I have to say the common thing that I was honestly pretty encouraged by was how almost every speaker, at least in our track, hit upon how the human expert is still the essential part of every equation here, be it a automation one, be it an API one, coding, prompt engineering, that is still the key component to give it that context, to apply that. This is no one had anything to say about these things taking over jobs, and I think that was very, very encouraging. So, all right. Any final words there?
No, I mean, I think that was a really good call out too. And I think, it was also in Jesus' slides where, an AI isn't going to replace your job, but someone who is equipped with knowing how to use AI might. So I think that's a really good way to kind of look at this as what can the AI do for us and make us better learners, better creators.
And just what opportunities does that open up? I think we get wrapped up in the revenue and expenses, changes and transformations that are going to happen with generative AI. But what happens when all the repetitive stuff that humans aren't good at anyway gets offloaded? What happens to the time and the productivity that's unlocked, and as it relates to an earning potential, when you have this huge swath of the workforce that's good at critical thinking and emotional intelligence and complex tasks? can now do more of that and be more creative and achieve things when they don't have to, say, compare a 100-page document to another 100-page document for compliance purposes, or spell check a 1,000-page presentation. I mean, just the possibilities there, I think, are the ones that I want to hit on more, and glad to see a lot of our speakers did too.
Totally.
Well, for everyone there that was online, to all our speakers, thank you so very much from everyone here on the conference committee. Dan, I really appreciate you co-hosting track 2. I often kind of like to leave people with the fact that by virtue of us being here, learning how to talk to AI, where we learn how to refine the instructions we give the machine to craft more poignant descriptions for what our end goals are. These skills are inherently applicable to not just talking to the machine. Talk to your coworkers at the same level of expertise and detail that you do when you're crafting a prompt. Interact with your kids or your spouse with that kind of level of thought and care. And I think people will find that by learning how to talk to AI, it will inherently make them more human. So for Dan, for Maxime, for Eric, for Goda, and all our partners at the Prompt Engineering Conference, Wes Shields, signing off in track 2. We'll see you out there.
Thanks, guys.
Take care.